kasa tie bia wo ye nipa bonini na mesere mi urajo mama se wo ba Fred case no yenturom de to wo so se wo betwam ba wonyama ne no so nse ne omode ye no wo ma ne nye doboro be kwade nka obenya akora na nya no nka school uniform kwa na ko fanko ma obi antwi ahwe ya no na ye free mesere na mensa da mensa ye me bu ko to mesere jo mama se mesere no Fred case no wo ba wonyama ne nye hu nse ne omode ye no na nturo no mutwato ne so no the Bible say we can't throw to akwaso or the come so can't throw to akwaso or the yow any bre etimi bodua ma ne yiye ai dwaba wa Bible ti mesere no oba no onyama ne nyehu ense ne omode ye no e dem work
medasi. And this is a very passionate appeal to John Mahama, former NDC supporter. Say oba free SHS no you don't throw to no so betwam oba on shemukina na onyan chain the MP before Edia no. Ebusa from within Eddie Kwesi Parker Wilson. This is Oyerepa TV election field. This is the report for election field.
All right, inti ebi no reactions and then I'm kromni bi I don't know. We Kumase Edu Mountain so Kejetia VZ area mu hona Kwezibaka Wilson bo modern buru ha wone omanfo ni bi edi nkomo in fact ebi nsemo mu ka no are ho ahomete ebi nso de esre na ni nyina ye koba ne sa no a ore ho a na de esre no ba mu a na abecheche ore boys no baako oze Jemeza Krana what declare former President Mahama said or your winner by now go see 3 hospitals. Oh man, what yeah, but the first lady Okasa, no doc yetia na to me lady no in some okay, you see these days you cannot take Ghanaians for granted. To me and funny say Ghana for that sort of say akane no a sub ye funny say we ye di entia enye kura we ye dia e say Ghana for the name gunsani ani o hwe ne yekoso ansa no decide utie na small kan one just 3 days to elections ya to petrol oka dollar so wasem kakra umukokwa anso a niema wo mukofa aba afei o se ne kunu ye adwuma railway 8 months yenti omuka ene nsem bebre ena wuti a oso ya NPP ni mapa ya area ho nyina omu nim so ya NPP ni but yawo ne niema binti okotuti a NPP so it's not about omanto NPP for na anto say kakra bi kokoto ibado omutu ya kura no musa to ditia oma party NPP
over also na make catch or say election we no so we be to tiao in such a magnitude yawo yawo ho ntra me ka say e mani pa mfane oho yawo nhye trim cause a yawo na nhye trim no hwe ba bi adidi akodro aba on to be da sa aba on to be da wakoto kon sorry dem nyina NPP hima dodo no aso yaw no ntino wampue oto na pimbi wanya no nyadoa enya no mako wanya no momani di superku ato so ahwe ngu aguso wode ne ma omadi owie wada but no kreni in as much as say ya na sa yaw ni wo mu no eya yaw ba yentu eboase yaw ba yentu eboase because maame no kasa no mse ne hu nyina wo so
yeah
oh na ye hope say I say reconciliation bi and also political party no omutu omu esi ho na omuro ra joint na asem bi also mo ka kire wo mu bia no mo nka kire wo mu na yaw no start say ya ade ba diversion
okay yeah ma mentwe me ho nko
sa oh eti no kre wo mu pa ne say as a political party I don't know me who the structures of the political party how visible they are in Kumasi. Because under normal circumstances, also some traders association mu women man mu nyina akra nanka mo pone one ladies wom na mo pone men of so na mo pone wom so ti ase
yeah
eti omo na betin nsem no aba be ka kire mo oba wo ja se yen krokro wa be ba system a eno no oni obia o make intervention for eti bibi kraye ne ya oni obia o complaining there should be a complaint unit ena yenim se mun obia wo ton ade wo kroma bia na yenim no from KGT abe prim PZ LFM anim ho nyina we know them omo agasa omo sa wo ekuo nkitinkitinkitinki bi omo join
petty traders
sa asusu wan no
clothes sellers second hand dealers
mo contact omo betimi de omo details omo data mamo
omo akire mo omo challenges and sometimes you can say groups no be bro no a omo to me they are able to come out with some suggestions and nyama bia with solutions to omo problems. That is what they want the government or whoever is in power to do to help them.
We are almost central market is phase 2 of KGTA. I am okay with kakra.
Okay.
Indeed, a mabi wo lance anymore, beton anymore, lance anymore.
Okay.
Omatiko we omufre omo kotokoma.
Okay.
I'm say every last Friday of the month biano muko opimso ehonum eko ohene ho eko prapra ho.
Okay.
Then omutimi tese association no. And based on that association no. We a political party now we near bria obetimi penetrate into them.
Yeah.
Sebe obenya wo mo na no madidi nkomo. Ebi o mo kokora no a ensuo. No omo munsuo. Ebi o mo kwa o mo tu so apraye ne eya that's pan o mo de kwakoye nyina no. Ene ebi a friends dustbin. Sade ye political party no.
Yes.
Enye se sika no ye de ba na obi ti honum na je se on spread it na ono nkoa ne na busua. Esa nipa no omu visibility of it. No one feel more. They should feel you. So they say.
Yeah.
And then a beboa. I know say campaign we no party no from the national to the regional to the constituency and to the polling station. There was that order no say kasika flow. Na ebi kra so omo titi baby a party no be here omo a. But here's the case as kan nyina na close.
Sana lady ne kan say omo tiri mo den omo dwuno omo nko omo mi omo nsam.
Sa edina close. Ena money no share in economics. Supply of money is very important.
Okay.
Because minimum say me ba kromu ene ebeton niema na betmenya 300 Ghana cedis. So they say beton 300 cedis metim di mu 250 akofa niema sabegu. Because when they also say ochina
obesa ko market.
Mesa ko market inti menya a flow. But here's the case of 300 no. Na oba na wanya hwe free so a
on san ko fa biom 300 ne kura bedi
sa it is a traders association no sa petty traders ni manema no nyina no o say next year bia no omo factor omo And I tell you, some ano so muka so be campaigner. Wow, fu say what just your constituency secretary count to no money campaign.
They are the man at here, sorry.
Yes, sir. And I hope say cool e gina ya the man eye. Ombe kunto kwa wo mu akwa and so ya de omu
na abegesi wo.
Ombegesi wo.
Omu abegesi wo. Kwa fa so ni kunu kura akasa dada no de na bakura nya agro.
Ye besre. Nkuko ndie aba. Na emom no. Onema hwegu a. Na ma hu enema hyehye. Until this time no say MPP person almost hyehye enema no a especially Ashanti region. Go down. No munya hanging campaign or moye no. Hanging campaign say no betwem ni aboaje so ye hwe. Ye no kwa na bi ye ho. E bi ye ho. So ti ase eti no krani ye ma campaign no nkofom. Na ye nya se campaign na ya hijack no no. Oh. Say we MP presidential candidate aba also obeko constituency bi answer no free aba wo so ame ofri so ame no okotafo na o say di akire ukopede wotafo
na anya say we ni obeden wanya
point senior on say parochial interest I want
na o say
that's it, that is the problem.
Nya ne constituency on kwa ba bi o.
That is the problem. Waba ho yo incoming president ene yeso ye adwuma wo akire eti wokọ no that so no nkofo ate agum because that time no waba ne hu hwam no ede wo ho okoton a ye beto ba wo se wo kwa ha na mu nyina moto adi akire cho boy no bi akọ na ye ja wo constituency ho
se no sata o mai mu adwuma awie
adwuma be na wo adwuma be no mai
o mu ye na
ene nie
presidential candidate ne baba no ne adwuma no nti o ba wie no o kwa
ene nie
adwuma na si
ehun sunsanso enie ena ezuta kwa ma ide poso enie
turn out
44,000 not 29,000 go to aba
29,000 akoto mum to
adwuma be na wo ye wo adwuma be na wo ye this should be a question. Oh, mostly no parliamentary candidates no
crowd they say any honorable deputy health minister honorable Adelaide Ntim.
Yeah, Adelaide Ntim.
Yeah.
So they say
Muslim deputy health minister.
Muslim munti krom ho. Mo on crime more. The kasa opportunity now they be train presidential candidate. That was the time I was say village by village.
Sorry, deputy gender.
Village by village, house to house. You go, you appeal to them. Uno mo kasa, mo how no. She adia mehu o ya kan memu ha ne say issue ba na ye tawe trampa ifo bu bebi say ni pedim te say krochwa mansa so just say tawe na ukọ na osia one or one na ka say ebi a minim say emretie no bia maye sese o se kama ba hadada na mo amu ni madwuma me sese ntino ene de menya adaje maba minum bedi nkomo bepese mehu mo haw ono so kodo kwanso ese ka zuni nyina so atu ade akire o se ka bi mu ko another village because mo itinerary am de nam ebi ene ye fa Shia obisiase kwa so nti ye fa mo aben ye kwa ahodwo ye kwa shia obisiase ye free wa ye be fema conference ni ewura ma dankwa ame asakraka kutujin banchiase nonchwa kontomire mu wosa itinerary no eti ebi di na chi no na bi adi animu a omo so prepare grounds no ema no ti by the time a obedru na say grounds no quite fertile. But here's the case, even at the constituency level, no be a per se, honorable who say one day adwuma. It's honorable bar and on adwuma sorry.
Adwuma sorry. Only what I said before adwuma no. Sa me anyone more be ada. O ba gigiri no be sorry. But I think Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also needs some commendations because even results no nyama ya easy tension womb NDC kasa here and there near I think say the concession speech what they abano and congratulatory message what the ama former president Mahama no akame tension kakra na because on say last 4 years the former president Mahama minim afi no be congratulate Nana Danko Akufo-Addo wo yi na ni wan fi kra. But we, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, I think wama tension about for Makra. We say one no G2 mono about the supporters in Nadia to say. I don't know Yare and Kuyi.
Avata Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia were one of the gentle persons I've ever come across.
Oh, okay.
So there's a this is the nature no even say a base or kasa no person raising the voice crowns obre.
Yeah. Only that
type.
Mo kasa gigi.
I'm even a talk right initially about politics when I saw it say this place is not good for this gentleman. I saw it. It's me anopanoa. My friend be friend say you say Dr. Bawumia be here present in me na me yard here inside also me jana me better living room ho ti me kasa no be kan no anya me nwanwa and look at the kasa near 5 minutes 41 seconds say utia you see say you can make thesis about say 20 researchable thesis out of it.
The speech, no 5 minutes,
5 minutes, 41 seconds, you know. Now, it entails a lot.
Very weighty.
It entails a lot. Look at the way we sit down, penyifuasi. Obi kwa nkoba nko de bufu neba. But obejina onya na osre no oba. And I saw say we bold. Student election cry no. Say ulusua coming back to nipemuno. Say nyame amwa wa ntimi ngura nipembio.
No ma promise cry say beat me fan which twahwe ne ade ade.
And the details of name okeka ye no. Osi subia timi kachre Ghana for say wa concede defeat from data available to him. Next time now concede defeat no and na numerical cry na you say afia na half
diako
and na one results cry by
is in there even quarter of the union.
So it tells you say and I mean any one because minimum bia obey no pa MPP IT session. Now I'm a student to AIT. Eric Ntori.
Okay.
Now say onuni ni sia na o kan ba obi an ho asemo. You see say you are working with somebody.
And I think say or the digitization the co-elections. Tino what me who ni defeat in term.
Tentem kra. Eti nasemo kan ye no. Ghana for yaje atum. Na MPP fraternity no obi anyintum because ono na yehwe na to anamo obi anyintum na afie no emwa o say transition no as we kan kran say ekwan bi obefa so ama transition no I go on smoothly no. Now the challenge me cry say what kan afre former president Mama.
Former president so enyantie so confirm say yes.
What friend
he's received
a call from him. I go say ya na ti o. Nti wa wote form no enkobo atwede o. Say obi jubilate o be fo ani mu nti o ne kokko. Debi.
Sa na ye wan kan so de be fa na.
O de be fa na nim. Ohun. Ene antoyi ochina ebi to yaman. Right. The beka no.
Yeah, share na akrabi a osu ni video mbisanse ade no osu anse Dr. Baumia lost. Say do me say aha kra na papa da. Yeah, producers be hu adwuma na
America sim bi into aso. Enra no me free han say me ka say me call another network.
Yeah.
Na many pa many no ye program no panel member baako. Small kind say you're careful. You shouldn't underestimate your man. So back 9 years. Back 12 years. To very no pardon or catch him so or na 9 years na friend. That because na say other and crime be no friend da. Na okotwaba hwan. The person count too many pass Messi.
Or your campaign.
Yeah.
Or started politics.
Politics. And afraid 12 years in so. Gagu. Maybe you me PM me kotoa banti. Also ebisado. Kotoa ma wan. Me pese otuma. Ti dimba akona 9 years in boy no. No one no so boy. That's more all catch me say. And Kwane highly sophisticated. Adena ye no fenti akwa no ka say o sunu amobu o mu bisa na wo say Baumia lost no. Eye communication ekoso ofie hodom no. So they say e no taking no into heart. Say if this is the communication my father and my mother is doing in this house and then the subject of interest no any hobby you are enya
ya
sanity.
All right, I'm the video now ready. Yeah say ahumete na emunso ayeshi agane ma bi se ana ye de bejijiji ni ana ye de besresre na attention kakra fremu abofra no o super enye se esuketwa osu nisuo ya wote se osu ade no osu se Dr. Baumia Lucy just nkura anyempani una hawo munemum nkura ni bi kura so hawo mu pa na mbisa se na ono akura de senka politics any about one ade nka unya no wo fa ho ban kazabre okay ye video ni entie.
Why are you crying?
Mommy, I'm lost.
You come back and win in future, okay? So you don't have to cry. Did you hear that? A lot of bad things have happened, so Ghana wanted something different, but Baumia is a good man, so he will win in future. Mama also lost 4 years ago, so why are you crying?
Mama lost 4 years ago.
When you grow up, then you vote for him, okay? Good.
Then you become.
You two stop that. You are Odi Timude Kamo.
Ade, then about me, I am now. It's okay, clear your face and tell me why you like Baumia, and I'll go and tell them to give him the president. What do you like about Baumia? Stop crying. Hey, when you tell me, I'll go and tell them.
And then
they should give the president to Baumia. Then they'll change it. What do you like? What do you like about Baumia? You don't like anything. You like him. Why? He's your friend. Have you seen him before? Hey, so how did he become your friend?
video no. Madam Fobako eba security analyst. Neba no.
Oh, it tells you say television and crano a shadow. Omo passionate about it.
They are
and they are learning.
They also follow.
Oh, but I like the way the father and then the mother talk to the girl. Omo console no. On the father no crowd console outside no. Or by inside no still.
I feel
no is more because when mommy intino or say or TV so free ne mommy ho. But I like the way I almost so no or more Emma crying who say that is not the end of Baumia's life. So they say there is more time for Baumia. Into your crown so bit learning something out of it. That is how we should treat our children. And say there be no. You need to be very careful. Because they learn faster than their time, no. No wonder say yeah time now you both you kusuya wo yitirano. Omo hu bi da. You mo samana na ye di dware. Don't touch me. Na ye di dware. By ne omo no wan fa imperial red and to ono Santes and to ono ma onware. So ti ase nti no kra e wo mu no. Nti
wow.
Oba nyabotre why? Nyabotre.
Now, Doc, Ansana, Brano Besson, I don't know, say, production, yeah, Besha, the Umbami, I see, course in a before sense, said, near Bessorno. As of one, no, prophecies upon prophecies about, when I tell sense of Usub and password them and then easy, you see jubilations in it, celebrations, I could swap, almost start popping champagnes, nay, and the prophecy come through.
You see, I want to sound controversial,
sir.
But there be person me yeni. Sena obinim de ne wo mu a. Me say umma prophecy na say wo de timelines to home. Now I'm the exact figures because me feel that I deal with facts and figures. I deal with figures. Men downplay the prophecy by me share no. I think multimedia. Omu find a life. I want to demo. Tina me share.
And next service.
And next service I know. Okay. Omu find life I know. Okay. Kasa.
Okay.
Yeah. Chi ni nyina ye yema ni nyina mom nyini twabre ni dro ene behu ba media ka I prefer said the pastors will stay away from some prophecies no. Because our prophecies it look as if say ebasa na o do ho to bibi mu.
Okay.
Oh, nanka minim say nyame akwa de nyame difo de we entem gina fo ma ye nyina. Oh, ba o take size a hono na me problem kakra. But nyame adwuma no mo ye. Ye nyina ye nhwe bi. Na de ye besu afri mu no, ay bed boy bra ye no. Ye so emfa mo ye bra. At long last the battle has ended. Eti they say or can ye bear muno. Yeah, the amem so no next time. It be a nyame be yachro. By Momudi and Camedia, Margin and Quandi and Yento boss.
Munya, we mamma your phone.
You're a sorry no. Depending on a sorry I walk on. A sorry be on ma, who could jina oko yes sad no. In the next minute, once I saw him watch it too. But you know, so you nyami you was say we a shepherd.
And be free
baby for. Diana, my senior pastor, me pena sempa. So they say, oh yeah, didn't ye too critical. No catch and say, and ye nuntina or bass of dim. The or bass of dim ne say, Obejiakra. Amenyame. I think say no more ebeboy nyina.
All right. Honorable Alan Kwajo Chamatin the the appreciation message aba anti ne all candidate nyina nse odaga na fo nyina so oda obi ase mo obi ade bo ano contest o call ye ne free mu ba ye nyina no on the wasum nti Ghana fo nyina modern enter former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama the president elect Ghana Fontana no ogidi se Ghana fo nyina ye ba akota no achi a ebeboa ama wodensese ebeba ye economy ne every aspect of your lives nti always share nyina well Alan Kojoche Martin or the message aba sisi a nti na dia ewom no hi Oyerepa television Oyerepa 100.7 FM then Promise Television Promise 102.7 FM so election field election no and ya born a ball no nti near course one mun sem ne ade no ya mamwati bia and yes of course is in there besi sabre nyanti bi fufuro bia ade fufuro bia ma ni nyina still I will say results no enyan free various regions enya ema medru east headquarters na ama ono Mami Jane Mensa oye the return officer for the presidential elections wetimi declare who won the 2024 general elections Jogusua or train by the end say Midima Fueba Hospital and election field election coverage nyina ofa ho kanyina ye ka say yare bi etete wo yare bi di uba uni odofo bi nya no no anso bomoten na wodena ko ebu akwa agwa na se atwuma agogo na wakosa ne yare okwa obehye omre na afi dure wo se wode ema wo no na wode amama yare no ase to 0244 774282 0244 so ena over fre ana 050072 7215 and so fra Midima Forever Hospital obejo so na wabo sheba electricals nso yenka senkania papa bo sheba nchen ena ewo nti bomode neje kania papa ya to aba awie sei na esi ani so ayenim ani bronya Christmas ho asem ena ye hwa kan ba chaw Christmas light no de nyina bia ba pa bi di akwa so dem o pa bi e di akwa adwumam office hotel ene miamia hodo nyina ba chaw electrical cable seniama papa ewo bosheba enchen bosheba ewo Kumasi Adum PZ mami atako for den ma fei ogogeti aduba anim hwonum so abosheba ewo branch honum na fei wasan ababe pm ewo kase no bosheba plaza bia Oyerepa 100.7 FM Oyerepa television Promise 102.7 Promise television yesom efri no hanso niema no esoro ne from kania ne ho niema papa nyina no ebi ewo bosheba nchen ya no ababe jibi na onso ode akwa akusisi ofie wadwumam ane hostel saudo ne miam ya hodo nyina nti for now there ya wienso enwie sa yentumi enwie ebra electoral commission ma me declare the winner of the elections nti ya daso awo atweniem medido of atafrempon ya dan ya ho kakra bi na medepem ha na afei the other batch aba abeto aso nti ya hwe igusua enenama ya twen se results no ebeko na ye Mami Jane Mensa otimi ede aba betudwa na afei Ghana fo nyina no obia atumi ehunia ekokosi ye pote na eno achi no abrabo atoaso nti enko ba bia election field Oyerepa television Promise television Oyerepa 100.7 FM Promise 102.7 FM edaswa enoti aye twen se Jane Mensa edi results no ebeba abeto abonti ye pensio kakra gu ye menase na afei ye nuanom aka nso aba besom de free ha na ya to amu akosi se ye Mami Jane Mensa ebeba be declare elections no
why? Tadin why?
Cities, home to families and legacy businesses.
100%.
Right.
If you've really focused when it comes to MPP or more elections, when it comes to PCs now, on a do a die, on our delegates, they enjoy brutal. And people are mad at that system. I think that you better diagnose interrogating all these shocks. Yeah, because some people say they invest a lot.
Delegates, at the expense of the constituents,
yes, the focus of the MPP parliamentary candidates and their MPs, is to satisfy the delegates, especially in their strong weight because there's that idea, say, me road to a parliament.
Very simple.
And I think and some people wanted to give them shocks to send some signals.
So far, Ashanti region. NDCC Benomen to check mommy. I'll come there.
I'll get on
because I know and I know you come about. The first one about is shocking.
Yes.
Was Achidiano. Our founder South East. Achidiano. And our founder South East.
But Adansia Suka.
And so I confirm.
Now
confirm educate someone has fallen.
Okay.
Has fallen for the NDC.
Because remember around Ben 9.
So me and Sa in Ashanti region now and I've fallen. It's the already minimum the situation I knew but the 4 seats NDC one no maintaining and as
a draft search no I
mean Bawa has won the Bawa has won the election.
Okay, so
MDC in the election
so manaf entimi enyimunta kanhwe ho the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia factor plus the manaf factor for the first time now people were thinking that Muntaka Benya shock.
Yeah, but
it looks like a just a Duma say is also going to NDC. Then you are now looking at a year newer Dubiase. But don't forget the MPP will definitely get one from Fomena. From independent.
No. It's a from that.
So from independent.
Okay.
But now it will be documented as a seat MPP.
Right.
But the shock is at Dansia Square.
One of the biggest shock. They don't mean Jindi, honestly.
I remember around 9 I make catch us. Signals baby say look at all those.
But honestly, Katie is gone. It's Ofulebe say he forward. One also Fantaman, one also call.
Yes.
Way of system number because of the demands of the husband and of the MP. Unfortunately, it's nobody man Sweni. And my very own Katie Hammond.
The man we were just talking about.
My very own Katie Hammond. Kabuna Tahiru Hammond.
Yeah.
And we shall for Adansia Soka. He's a goner. For Lucy election now.
Yeah.
It's also fallen in the NDC. Lydia Sarah Malhassan. I was so West Oregon constituency in Greater Accra. Ma Lydia. In fact, we know Kase, one and the sanitation minister. The years is that a few one and a Beshan Nemo. But quite unfortunate, say Lydia. And when the man is training, I was so West Oregon. And for those of you who remember, special voting, one and another Chediane. East Legon police station,
but then a massive issue.
Exactly. I would deny saying and for me, I said that her denial was an insult to the intelligence of the constituents. And based on that, I think they should vote against her.
But the posture of John Dumelo during that incident, he showed a bit of maturity. Because there were people who felt that Master so good for both. But he remained calm. And he was just saying that we should follow the laws of the game. The laws of the game states that if you have anything to give to Obia or to Aba, wait for the person to vote.
Right.
We now will be the manner, now their manner.
Right.
But not when people are in the queue. That's where you are giving them a year packages. We cannot say entirely what was in that package. Right. But it turns out that it can be more than that. It can be more than that. But it was wrong.
It was wrong.
Yes, and when you do that, you have positive reaction.
One of the seats and this MPP for voter region, one seat. And round, but here in fact, I think MPP was not fair to Bitamewu.
Okay.
I got someone all the resources, not to prosecute campaign, not to retain it. In fact, Bitamewu in the voter region has lost the whole seat. Now, the whole voter region has turned a year green again. All the 18 constituencies in the voter region are falling for the NDC. Sylvester Tete, another shocking in the election. English, a man from MP, slide, I don't know if slide. Slam no kase one the deputy communications minister. But on the boss in they are gone. On the boss in the boss is Lawusu. Yeah. And then on the boss in they are gone. As Lawusu Ablekuma West constituency. And then the super exactly. Yeah. On the boss in one of the shocks also. Yeah. Because Esla now confidence. Do steady she was doing more of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign than on constituency campaign. Because no, we know constituency the confidence. Exactly. Exactly. The 100 year almost done. Exactly. Slapper. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia baby could be on a no So in our Asante region, she was around to talk about digitization, the way forward with digitization, how the MPP under Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia transform Ghana with digitization. That was Esla Juma in the Western region. Now Obi no kakra. But it looks like on one kasani fie no. Bible they say ya no asiesie ofie when to me say so for these are the few of the NPP members of parliament. When you few, these are massive. This is a crazy reaction. A crazy reaction. You are talking about ministers. Of course, I mean, some of them are ministers. Positions. Exactly. They are not just MPs. They are ministers occupying top positions. Exactly. And when you're a minister, your power to influence the life of your constituents is high. So if these people, first time in parliament, if they are losing to babies or newbies, it tells you how angry the people were. That is the information for you. Now, just now, NDC4 say around 6:45 no on the press conference. Now, if I physically tell about the press conference, time this one we'll go to the NDC headquarters and give you the reaction. But in Ashanti region, the and I say apartment doors. In fact, just to understand the psyche of Ghana for he said no person but trouble and say go for trouble I didn't want trouble to PM a dumasi here no taxi drivers don't turn fools around and it didn't come up. It was for maintain same be as to why some of them voted against the NPP and the bishop so uncle trouble on the crowd. Here we are, we'll get into our discussion. For this is your election field on Oyerepa TV now. And a two abani ye. Me no ka say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia oye NPP presidential candidate. Wa Fred John Mahama adana say congratulate this say John Mahama when we win abano it me dem jemu. Ye wo edum in the Ashanti region. Ye betie nia Asantefo omomo to abano ya iwo Kumasi no ya ye to abano na ye kafa nisi enro no ho say ye niaje ana say ye raho na John Mahama wo be. The question is baba then no mo hwe ni mu so obeye me won say toto be gina ha me kwa ho na membra eye mpanifo yi ho na ye be say a very simple question masa na say oko tinama election no wo hu si bi e call ye woni age ana say wo raho oh mani age bibia buka bibia ende kura na e wo mutibia e kama what to my bibia so to my NDC. Oh, na me kura ni de ma ba ndie to my MPP. What to my MPP? Nje ya we say MPP lose. Oh, enya me ya de but a game by bibia emphasis na manya me. Wo hwa dent na e ma MPP lose wa wo hwa wa dwuma dent ma MPP lose ye. Me no me hu ni say. But amanfo bebre anto aba no. Okay. Bebre anto. Wo hwa dent ma anto aba no. Because I Ashanti region. I almost stronghold. Almost stronghold. On say I go for the cry eba power no. Oka kire say obeye interchange bebre amas Ashanti for. But yeah hu ni sa enti amount for the yaw na eto aba no. Do fit say ko for the boss show the share Ashanti for no when the so enu ntina Ashanti ankoto aba no. And Cressa sana hu no. Sana me hu no. Medas senior medas ba so ren ho ye wo. The am ren ho ye. Ren ho ye okay. Bibia fa ne sa. Normal. Ba ya o ya de. Oh when there. Mami ko eye omo tontonyo ma no wa se. Na me ni omo nkasa. Champion, let's say. Me do my boss. Aba no. Ba me se we jemu because on say wa we poto. Aha ye Kumasi. MPP Elusi hu ni say. Me de to me anka said meniaje how you Kumasi want to my MPP mantwa no want to my MPP mantwa adentia because of say MPP fi also some so ache wasante de ha anytime bia MPP party baba power bia no
omunfa asante region here enya hwe
we are sure
pa me to me man kasa me kasa me ya driver ni anytime bia MPP party baba power bia no omunfa Davos for here dey enya hwe me kai say president ku for time omo chichi Davos for here dey egum mama part aha se adum ha ya we be gian pepe no ma chie no mbaka chen say yankopon bwana your support mo power Davos for no mu kwa for so fu no so be dey ebeti but people ba pa fu kwa no koto akabe for this kwa batu aba no Dr. Bamia ne president Kufado omutu fu emu so ti ase ntu ye sese Davos for ne sebe ye ne ye business no nyama nkoyie former president mama ba ye ebi enim say nyama nkoyie but the 4 years sikaje tesu ho o fu kunya so no central market so almost 8 years ni nyama mu for tonton nyama wo ta ohono nti sebe otumi ye kaje ni yiye ya akema mfona mutete ntana kubutu akoho
for you no wo fi say NPP Boshram the Sha Santaman no omandi so enuntina Asantaman ko to abandi
sa pepe because Asante region ha because 2017 2018 2019 2020 2024 budget bi omode buy say Kumase omodi omesi overhead ba ko 5 bi say overhead ba ko 5 no omutumi siye bi say say skin na wo yemfa yin na wo yetim
ebufo na do to abandi
ebufo na mutiam abati
ebufo na
ebufo pa ebufo
na hwe joma obeti bibi
joma wo ba no ntuma yeso a yeso hu kwan be fa so a ye be ye no because say no yeso so part of me no
so bia
so
wo ba ya
no wa
wo semu na
ya na woko
Martin medase mamba senior ya to aba na wie MPP elusu woni aja na so we
oh ekwami so de mani age
woni age
ahaya
edumu Ashanti region
mani age
ade woni age
mani age efi say on say so obi funu amfa that's so hweto no was omo ani je is say nyina MPP for but they were buying no be no amoye
abani so mo free SHS wo fase no mma mami ne mane ne wo fase no mo ko free SHS ne bi
abajo free SHS yedi free SHS ewe o ma na kaaye on say so ka so wo ye free SHS ya e wo so hwe economy no na nipa ho kire o ka no si o mu so no wo hwe ho na bua mo man no nchichire ya no ya da etumi yie ba do ni ko hwe faako a na se nipa no kire no a kan wo so beto abetia wo
I see
eno de wo ye do beto atia wo
it wo fi say economy nta mutucha o man say nta mutucha MPP
economy no one factor
economy one factor
eno na ejina so de omuti to abaditi a MPP and on say ahomaso so sare e mo ahomaso
e kwan ben so
is say o kasa no mu hu say asa de o ka no asa adwene ni de o ka ni asa de mo ka na enyansa ba sabe ye ti obi asam na de bibi is a komutie ya ka nya ni na mo wie ye ni and na offense de odi wo manim no omukoye no omukoyi frabel and be di anim no na Asante man na yempe
na mompe
David
na mompe ba
oh David
abayem Asante MPs no edi nechi to aba man
oh David
onya 100% wa
na yempe eya na do na de be share ye kon on say ye na kepe Alan Cash nanso endam say na do ye na dwen say odi bo umia ba be share kon minim sa agenda bi na no Saturday a ba ye Asante man so kire ne say ukuto agenda Asante man so kuto agenda enti we na ye hunu ne de omudi se ye mo sa
itu de woni age se MPP are
oh media me ni age pass
we feel brutal
oh me feel bibia
we feel brutal we MPP ni
make another
so we feel so
me feel MPP lusu
mate mama we so mama wa ha mama na say
na say me hoya na
ko kama de
oh janado
e na to aba ne bi
o me to bi pa
ah me hu se wo to bi MPP lusu woni age na say ra ho
oh
Mama say oh say yare fatoro so say yare aha me too
me mama de do be wini bia manage say MPP wini mani ba je ni se mani ba je
oboa ada je
oboa eni ya pa
eni ya
e
no say eni ya
e fero panya onidi hwe na de na no aye awehu okunu papa
because MPP lose na woni age
oh mani age pa
ani endisi
menya ndisi ni na bom
we endisi na de no kaso wonya endisi
sam ya ndisi na mitimi ka menya ndisi ni na ensemo hinti efisa hisem se baby economy na kodu aye ho papa ye no enu ntira me ato obade atia sa ba reze yi efisa oba no hye ebo bebre ensemo kan na dosu na enso ensemo kan nye no de ya adwuma
na se ba me wonya akufado onjina ba no so eye ba me no oda ba no so
oh yes second gentleman of the land
right
entu ntimi nka say ade papa de meka ho na bone de menka ho asemu eze no eji nipa e bia sabio onwe nkwachiri ano beti de okanase papa de okan na bone de onka ho asemu de okan say ya 2016 aba no ye na asante ne kan asem bi di kire ensantwani bi say akom ne abufu ade to obeti adwo mahama no wo kɔ no ka kire na ado say se wo so ba no be sa de we ya bia ya beto obeti ande na kan no ene na asi
na abamu no
ene de na kan
nya di say MPP
oh ya bomu bongala ya bomu bongala ya bono bongala ya bono bongala
na it will visit John Mahama wo be obeti ma baby papa bi di ama
ono so ba na wa anya of 4 years no ya be bono bongala ya be bono bongala
nice one me that say mami yes we wura ho ndi no pa no
oh boy medidi pa medidi okro ma mempa
ko be say MPP wi ni wo ho
oh ko me ka say ko bi MPP wi ni manage eni si wi manage ko so bu nyina mu wi ni a ko ma Ghana for yen manage
I see na den na wo hwa wo fi say bia e ma Ghana for to aba no ti MPP
me to me dia me hu ni say I say sister economy I had no more thing and to be able to the journey any and na mo
di jankofobia na
say we say o say kan ni memu yemre ma Ghana for say be ya kai so be ho ben high but say ni memu ayedin ma Ghana for say na we say o to the yaw be tu amna yeden etia
no mo yede so to my MPP adentia
oh men mint chere ade potency cancer mo yedin
do so emu se mo yedin but wo de wo to ma omo do wo se mo yedin
me so me tuma say wo nipa de tembia tumi sa tembia nipa tumi sa tumi be wo say nipa na se no te a chensa wo sa be kwa ewe yeden ya obedu mre bia be sa te hu se be sa but say ni maboa yedin say enwane ni fu na se for no say I had Ghana for yes
this is MPP ekwe then abeka kire omo
oh homework ni ye no mo samra na baba ye twem na to me dem say dem mesre english for so say mesre mo say education na na de ba ye no me yes mo ntwe education
to mama so wontwom wa shebo so
me ni ntwem
so obesiesie no bia enkwe bo so wontwom ono ase wontwom ezi ehwe sina NDC ewini abawei Dr. Pamia say we jemu. We ni age say MPP lusu ana say ora because I sentiment mo.
Me dey no kwasem Kristo mu dey me manage dey because we as ye nyina ye nipa ba ko. Say mama ba ye, ba mi aba ye. Na wan dey pe ni say dey obeba no, obeba be ye dey ye ni a obesom ye no ye pe. Na mo ma ye dey ye pe dey a na tembia say ahokire na nipa na musa dey kokromoti na epia we ko ye no sa kokromoti na be say epia we yakọ.
I see. Now we say denti the man Ghana for to abati MPP.
Denti am Ghana for to abati MP no. Me dey me hu ni say system mu ayedin me to force. Satuma ma ekono na full be no na be 25 million to 50 million.
50 million.
Yes.
That is 1,500.
1,500 Ghana. Say 6,000 6 million.
60 million. 6 million.
So and now be ko yes atum. De bia be ko say wo ko fa baby ani atum. De bia be ka say wo ko bia ani atum. Enti am adwuma ne ya den. Am adwo tire nyina
Sure. See free such at least. I'm a move service because I'm just school fees. It's move service. Move service.
I'm try. Say free by me bako aban school. Now school teacher for agent ketin no chese odi to school fees. Chese odi to school. Chese odi to obako akora de bia we wo mu to 2 cedi. We was you won't bet you 20 bosom is a 2 cedi to bosom say. Sister cities get 1 cedi 1 cedi. Bosom say. That is a can 1 and 10 to times a year no. Yes, chase or the 2 fees.
I see.
Yes, why you see a PTA meeting 1 kwa I will for near bedu 25 cedis. 1 kwa near bedu way. 1 year near bedu way. Who are crowd say teacher see a way bedu way. No my bed is come general. A chase or the 2 school fees.
It's for you in a economy. Ghana near Santima. But Santima and MPP.
MPP for home say, I had a Santima Wumcru. And to Omuba, some but woman ya bois Santimano, Omu Santimayo, Omuko, baby, Nomako, what woman say, a Santima Wumcru, and to Omunyashi. And a Bassano Mutimum, the Anya Sasa, Yania, woman vote to Cosrodia. Nessa Mum, why the Anya Muanafu, Mubako, and Yapio Matico, I Omuko,
pion motiko
ya pion motiko mo ko mo ke na mama so ba no wono so amehwe ni ye no so amaya kokromoti na adi we koye no sta kokromoti na na de
sa na be ko na omo kan eno no taxi drivers fe bi wo ha mame nko taxi drivers fo bi wo na amne omo nkasa na election ya towe ba mesi we jemu MPP wini NDC wini champion election no MPP elusu woni agi anase woni nje den na
say we are see the na wo hwe na amamo ne nya ye betimi
aya santima yanto ma MPP wo hwe den ti na bai
say wo hwe wa woni tua say ade na emunye
enye ye mo free je emunye ungrateful womba no wo fase enya free SHS
free ye bedi ada
wonni free ni
free the
school fees
there is school fees there school fees there timi tua yade school fees there timi tua yade da enye enye
sentiment wo hwa dentina a sentiment antoma MPP
ese wo say enye mo ade o
the economy na
enye mo ade pa hwe this petrol bo kura bo ade you to petrol
sir
enye izo
ade bo chama ya tori ya to petrol
enye izo emu de bisa ene force for no hwe force ene wo dey wa check force for no ene kura force for body dey ade ene car first no first no
MPP wo party pan what
ene me just ene first no ya to vet 200 ene is a vet nam saying
any number saying and 850 vet
the Chinese no yan pese abeka wan se won enum mo ade ewurade
omun kofie
no mo kosa anko from la
mate mama of don't na ka se mi na say wo se petrol na wo say ayede
say petrol no boy ayede wo dey hwe say obi afa na ade bechimi abeto aba na ya to petrol in fact na anoden pa
ba ya shanty region everybody ayede ya ebetimi ato mama na ya convention so omunya no man tete ye maye
so won say ahaya shanty region ya to abama MPP ba but we hu so omubu ya kwase omu hu say
omubu ya santiman kwase
omubu ya kwase omu hu ato dia adin a na omu bepe ya ho mu vote na omu de ya o made because mo ahye boss mo be ya interchange ama ye because traffic pa ya find difficult e wo kuma ase so won Wantumi anya ba kokwa pillar kra wantumi amfa bia nsi ho ama.
Omo ye swami ama o.
Oh, na swami is ongoing.
Na swami ama is ongoing.
8 years.
Fa won fa swami.
8 years aka 1 week e beto aba fe na mo be pillar kra mo nsi bi.
Ye wo kwan ama. Me me bia ote. Ye wo kwan ama.
Me me tatasman so.
Wo tatasman.
Kwan na ya ye.
Omo ye kwan ni bia.
But still ya ho kire ye. Because ye na to aba ma ban ne ba. Beto ba on fi ye.
On fi.
Ai. Anu ti na ma ye to aba no tiaro.
I see. It's a what's it?
Of MPP for the Momo.
Omo sentiment since 2000 ya to aba ma MPP sa.
Of ya Ghana ya don't for the to aba ma MPP. I don't for the to aba ma MPP.
I see.
Me make a job. Let you say for the Momatis obi any station. Me go to Momatis lockdown me to inji 25 million. Say me car inji say me go to almost 65 million. Matis inji bet matamaso o. Over 30 the pattern car mo be for. Is it me car? Me you be car be mo system say masa about zero. Masa about zero. Of I don't tell the basa. I before you dormo. Ya na rekasa o.
Ya do mo titi MPP.
Of ya dormo. Ya dorm MPP pa MPP aban. Ya
baba you say man fair to ba me because ba wo me na edape enya na nado.
Of sabio.
The ba me different from
man
fair to ba.
Of man child seven pages. Who minimum dada. Minimum dada. It is all balance over the say and about business and no mama. You say the same thing say.
Ba me president. Oh, Nana na your president.
Nana do your president. And then akra no. Onu go na be control no.
What's digital no was what buy. I did the was on the buy. The idea was on the buy. Over Yenia bro. Yenia bro na Ghana near one. The same answer me as something to some to Abama MPP. Yenya Sabium. Dynamic. We are sending son on was a sound, the Obuano. No, also Abuano.
Said Asante Suno Sasa.
No, vote on this in
exactly.
Every crazy that.
Parliamentary system bebre.
Incoming 4 years no. Double. Minu wi.
It mo so money MPP di ni.
Asante mam de. Wo ma musu enyansa.
O mesu enyansa. You share the contact MPP Lucy in this election. High Ashanti region. Omnia a lot of votes. Ashanti region, but this time as a voting number here. What should I a voting number here? Ashanti region.
Oh man, you're money.
More free SHS.
Yeah, no dear. Fine. But you better to a bapa. I say about 12 minutes. Not petrol, yeah, 2 petrol. And then my car and cost. Nina account and if you is there, yeah, fine, and they did too. But and then my cost.
Then people don't know to Ashanti region. So somebody here. You will save us from the shame.
Mama nema
then I can more person can ye Ashanti region.
So I was a nema back from Kakra. My young so yeah, who toy. Fuel, yeah, trika. So car, fuel. What's a fuel cost? And maybe be a cost, be a to Nema, Mecofania, ya took a scam, ya say. Tinina account.
We can't face no casting. What's it? What's the economy here?
They say, you is car for education. You found you bet my yemma. Say, you money in your sky, and my will bet my home.
I see. I see when I'm MP before I got some to my MP.
Ah, say, I against the sign.
My against the sign.
Man, got to me MP in some man.
To me to get see.
But what to tell? We MPP ni one party.
Get me dopa. Yes, if one party. Me be cost school about 56 million.
Free education.
Free education.
About cost school about 56 million. That is 5,600 Ghana.
Near mamma to talk to anybody in Philia. Say, baby,
also to tell.
Never won't MP. Me don't pa.
Every one MP.
Among Concosia maybe. Among Canada, Japan, on Cosia maybe from MPP.
Bamia Dabanos. Like I'm from them to Baumia. Said Bamia the way new candidate. And Yakufa.
Amokacha Santa Force on my t-shirt to crave at one moment. And to Yao near the Tutio.
A young to tell.
Yao near the Tutio. When Tomon question question maybe found.
But where's some moment about me in the year?
And the and found.
Because Bamia were innocent.
Oh, and it dear.
One penny.
I need dear
digitalization man.
I need the Anchakinisa.
Mon checkinisa.
I started reading a business. Mosola dollar. Ujana nema honi atu. Uko maganye ko twade. Ujana ya ko ya to nema moni atu. Adai.
It's more chilling.
Ya mo chile pa.
It's the economy in terms to say.
Economy ya na tutia wo mu. Nti mo ko achire nko hia na be nsa ma.
Omo ko achire na omo ko hia eno be bimra. Ma me ntie papa way for the last. Na me wrap up here because the numbers coming in from Ashanti region are very shocking the busiafo. Me no ka say NDC for in your parliamentary say be about 4 at the account. Menkai Kraketiaman is gone. A year I have for no Southeast is gone for the NDC. A place like Akrofrom is gone for the NDC as well. Now me kase Bamia innocent. What's Bamia here?
Bamia
wasa.
Aye.
Why digitalization?
Obano wan fa digital ne bai.
Why Ghana card?
Obano catch say oye economist. Right. Ne yere say oye economist wicked.
Right.
Right. Oba ye hoye de ne we dwane ko digital. Na we dwane ko say digital ho no ma de ye ne de na wafa ba de enye ne de wo say eno enya wo adwuma. O ho de oye vice ba de ye wo mu no de wapeke say eno de oye vice but ye fa credit no ema wo. Ene man ho ye machine kura me yes aba.
Ene man ho ye we si.
Yeah, on kan ko.
Because digital no say economy no ho.
On kan ko. On kan ko. Mo ne ko pa Canada Japan chewo. No mra no mo hye party ni ye na the next 4 years no mo fa me contest o mo say ba o me akwa picture o me mo men tumpo
wonto
na
de no to na say
manto
wan koto
abra no de ba men to man dis ba me anso me fa ne nyehwe ono wasa
it was for say the verdict is clear e Ashanti region would obey duma. The verdict is clear. Now we have a sense of why Ashanti region voted against the MPP in this year's election. Largely, no mamienu, Bosham de Sha Santimaino, Omendiso, and Omamno Makasano, Omeneka. 5 interchanges. Nina MPP, Omendiso. In fact, one pet and Omo Meka Swami interchange. That is number 1. 5 interchanges, Omendiso. And number 2, economy nine and would say drivers in the dia. I mean, I say, Omo Twabana boom, 8 year a year, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and MPP. A big crash of man got to cry because, of course, onto my NDC. It's a win here, so I got to my MPP. So Tell me, baby, no, if you see the figures and the results coming in from the Ashanti region, this is a clear picture why Ashanti region decided this time to go for the NDC. Being at the Kwesi Park Up Wilson. Aha, your Oyerepa TV, your election field. Bijina Edum. Right, we for it's that is the reaction coming in. It's more na more what may have happened or what happened. No, I think we've given you a sense of the reasons why a year Asanteman and Kumasi for Antuabano Ama MPP Ebianko Ebikoe. The two key reasons, as I said. But we are largely on the economy. And of course, I mean, I kept saying this, say, free SHS is a good policy. 2020, wow. How then do you believe second before a wow? Until it didn't work the magic for the NPP in this election too. But rather the economy and the promises are NPP, Bosho Mushas and Tomayam, Omendiso. And you heard the conversation, 5 interchanges, Nina. Of course, we agree and admit that's why but then they're expecting more than that. Dr. Papawa for MPP, we'll get a sense of the mood in the MPP. Then my colleague, Uncle Bo, so the nocturnals, the nocturnals, we do all the analysis, we'll try and get some reactions from Omowini and Omoluso. We are getting information from Dominic Kwabinyam and then you may say na basabasabi ya babad they have managed to quiet down the tension. It's the big call so na yahwe what's going to happen. It's Mama Doctor Akwaba. Yeah, we are there boko there.
Radiadum.
The Damiasi. Doc, what's the mood in the MPP now?
Oh, the mood now. Sober mood. Yes. Yes. Sober will be as a tiano.
So be not to the proper position.
I mean, quite surprising move. So surprising to shocking.
It moved from surprising to shocking.
Yes. No, I mean, we have all been humbled.
Right.
Yes.
No, I like the expression.
I mean, so I mean, I didn't know.
Election humble.
Easy, enyamo boy, but yate. Yeah, and then sending numbers, no, is huge. I just say, I mean, there's no need to pretend.
Right.
Say be at the end of the year and I say ka me kakra. So utia NDC no bar. Figures are large.
Yeah.
But I mean they no back closer. I mean na between bomb na petrol between bomb party and Wenchi.
Okay.
But 11:30 to 12 and I mean red signal is very clear.
I see.
Oh my even monitor several times. I said around that time, you
have a sense of where you are going.
Unya almost 50% turnout.
Your faith in the
because about 12 bones do no Emma beam na I mean article until say from 3 going, then they'll be trickling. And it do that time na say unya half na. In fact, me assessment kaka do that time na near around 25% to 30%. Quickly I knew say no. I mean, danger looms. And you know, near future, probably the people might have gone somewhere until after 2-3 no more, beba. Or 3 for aka 2 hours. How discipline? Who said no? They know definitely wrong. Something.
Did you envisage saying a doctor? Oh, party, what trust? Did you see say? Election you lose. And you had the confidence in winning election.
You mention home kakra.
Me too.
For about a year to the elections, things were very difficult. And him saying that time no, I mean ye twaba and kanema and ye kra MPP. You feel the sense of loss no.
But then from about 6 months coming down, then things began to change. If you say, oh, we are reaching out to the people. For the last 3 months, things were quite better. Last month, it was very good. But personally, within the last 2 weeks, I saw a sense that the NDC were coming back seriously. Either said, in fact, I mean, Oma Masha some tools, Biegu baby. La show no started to fire seriously until we lost God and do something. But that time I told them, say, it appears as if the people are marshalling some forces from somewhere. Excellency John Ebashanti saw it clearly. A few days ago, I was going to Jaso to Cornwall, and he was supposed to come there. Now, how music jam in fact, I was surprised. Higher Kumasi Ashanti region, but figures are me and they were willing to wait. Up to midnight. Yeah. Yes. I was getting a report. For waiting up to midnight. Yes, I saw it physically. Until Sunday warning signals seriously. Until that day first. Up to 12 and said no and you shall say tally at you shall say kind and I honor na it dawn on me say the room that were supposed to collect the data I found it very difficult because now they're not Tommy so Thomas will say no. Not also. The impending dangers arrived.
I see. 80. When you say a partner entrance, any detailed, comprehensive prognosis.
Yes.
But on the face value, and you being a lecturer, what may have accounted for this miserable loss? And way is almost about 2016 it's almost a par to 2016. What do you think accounted for this miserable loss on the part of the NPP?
You analyze, but on the face value, on the face value, we can see anger. Anger had welled up in the people so much. At a point, near say anger no echo.
Really?
Yes. With the introduction of the vice, near few say, I didn't know. You say if monkey no find crown, like him. And you know, near few say be a man for Tiaseka or the winning we none near my near trophy near resolve. That was the thing. But apparently, no, the anger had not gone. Ewo na nipa ni mumbai drew baby no drew la show no they take a cry you know. Now on that day it came out clearly. Ubu wa chase no say mfa omra meto aba oni akro nam ho no ma mi hu abrante bia oni nam ho eba at 55 when the polls had closed.
You want to aba bi
1-2. So and now a bit more deliberate.
They didn't want to
one
vote.
Man and your friend find out also in fact a former Oba. Nakabe said 15 minutes. And the distance from the farm to the place police says we knew that there's no way the deliberate.
I see.
And your farm near Chakia, young people are enjoy free education. Surprisingly, these guys were missing or lost.
I want to say because if you look at the trajectory, at least first just about 2017 academic year, it's at least there's a whole blocker benefited from that policy. And many were expecting that even if it's a 2020 Sam Kofono, even at the time no one shut down because you're progressive. It's no one shut down in real school. 2024 there. So it's just not to say they would reward another with some vote.
Yes.
Are you surprised? Say, almost benefit for free citizens. I'm a bit trouble. I'm from Makufad NPP. And about sorry.
I'm more than surprised. Amazed.
I see.
Because near Fisanka that ownership title no bebem. So the
product of researchers.
We are proud of it. And it shows some in course gratitude. Oh, abai and abai and sabai APBB also me and wakaka. But apparently no, that was not there. There were other facts. First, on the face value, no, who's a parental influence was very paramount.
I see.
Yes. Say or no any control on Nami himself. But if the parents tell them, say, all the work enjoy, but says in your
I did.
And in me crown, no me parent, no crown, but I'm man to. And you know, I mean, leave your feet to you was paramount. And surprisingly, being so no, I mean, a converse kakrano. Or more show that sign, say, Bia. We owe you, and I say we amount. I mean, there should be some gratitude.
That reward.
There be almost feel say almost. I mean, it's their right. They are entitled. After all, one fine show more. Their parents could
still take them to school.
And I'm saying who said those times no school fees and didn't you know. I mean,
now
so I mean, your name ran take a crabbing so almost every ababonte kasa kakra. Now it will surprise you. Say my bet, these young people. I mean, my bet issues. So and in the mukama.
The betting tax.
And you know, I mean, in general, the youth vigor. No, ananka expect to say a bit honest. In fact, the youth are very critical. So no, it decided so be getting involved. Atwa omo make sure so omo PS no nyina omo be rally omo e binum kra convince their parents but they had that youth vigor no and it was virtually go omo feel say oh I mean we don't owe you anything and na in fact I mean boy we kra no omo interview also I mean on kra there in fact I enjoy free education aduane and no no na nani nye wo and e man no just I mean one white shirt meanwhile you supposed to get a uniform. Yes,
I see.
Yes.
Quite interesting because it reminds me of an interview I did here a few weeks ago. And a was boy or we school. I mean, this year, an 18-year-old was a student. I will be. And I mean, maybe something about free teachers here. And most of the things you're saying, you know. I mean, okay, my question maybe something was. Or you're very ungrateful, say about your money free teachers. Now on top Emma MPP. And his answer I remember clearly. Okacham say, yes, it's true so when you're free teachers, but no mama could your mom say no mama.
Exactly.
Wonderful. It's in a say, I mean the answer the guy gave. And the videos are on social media. For those of you who have seen it, you see what I'm talking about. Say no mama intimation, no intimation. It's real free teachers there, but he's not thinking of Chobeko University. There was the essence of the birth of the free teacher.
You know, parental influence was number one.
Exactly. You know, the advert about protect the free church, protect the free. I didn't understand the concept why the people was using that. Honestly, I didn't understand the concept. But anyway, Abano, but so bad. Remember, I was now say. Check Ashanti Uja. Are we been able to establish?
Oh, okay. We are still waiting for the
seat.
Yeah,
I mean,
for now.
So far,
the easy ones. Then
so far, NDC
based on what the NDC themselves are projecting. Let me just give it to you right here. NDC are projected 7 seats out of the 47. Yes, 7 seats out of the 47. That's what they projected at the moment. Say or more. And Oma projects 11 out of 11 from the Upper West, 15 out of 15 from the Upper East, 9 out of 9 from the Oti region, 18 out of 18 from the Volta region. Oma projected 10 out of 11 from the Bono East, 10 out of 12 from the Bono region, 5 out of 6 from Ahafo, just like Enrenu near Kano. There's a Gideon Boako and our survival based on what they are projecting. It looks like
that's only
survival. That is, they're expecting 5 out of 6 and 6 out of 6 from the Savannah region. They are projecting 30 out of 34 from Greater Accra. They are still contesting with
Greater Accra.
And now, because
there's 6. The mom was 6 to 10.
They may 10.
Exactly. Because the mom was 6 to 10.
Maybe 10 to 12, but from what now said now at the moment Dome Kwabenya
say I'm afraid I'm counting Dome Kwabenya.
Yes, I was saying issues about
yeah,
so clearly the bottom line is with the exception of Asante region, it looks like NDC but someone like Northeast projected 3 out of 6.
I'm just
Dr. Mahmoud Baumiachen.
Because Baumia hometown.
So clearly it looks like
Savannah Bay 7 over 7.
It looks like Easton they are projecting say Ebekwama the MPP. Yeah, they are projecting Easton for the MPP.
Easton Ashanti.
And for now, these are the two regions that it appears that dancing in favor of.
Share result Oyerepa. The reporters in the about the to share the number of seats and this for as against MPP. We have a motion seat now. We the top right corner of the TV now and the was it is so far it is 81 as we speak. And people are 33.
Yeah. And 2 independent.
Candidates.
That is A plus
and an Asante
more central and
Asante North. Yeah. It's 2 independent candidates. Therefore, this is our collected result at ABBA, which means that NDC were 82 per the figures that we have had. These are provincial figures we have had. 82 parliamentary seats here for the NDC and the MPP 33.
Yeah.
33. Look at the margin. About 50 different. 50 seats different in the room. But of course, still more now ever.
Yeah.
More now. So as the more are coming, of course, we'll let you know. Maybe a seat in the aircraft and your map. And of course, Dr. Mudbamia, afraid John Mahama, I concede a defeat.
And interesting, Faka, based on the regional display or breakdown, it appears that just like I was saying, Eastern and Ashanti
blue,
and Echo blue, but the rest appears Echo green. And it raises a lot of questions. It raises a lot of questions. Question about the
strategy. That's why I disappointed me. That's why I disappointed me.
2 out of 16.
Yeah.
No matter what, it will weigh you down.
To weigh you down.
Yes,
2 out of 16 is to weigh you down. Yeah, it's true. But the last election, NDC won 9 regions, and I'm 7 regions. But it looks like regions no more than drop.
In fact, now say we're projecting at least about 8.
Yeah,
8 regions.
Yeah, they projected around 8. I'm projected 6. One particular region results are shocking MPP at a half region.
Half region.
Yes.
No, because half region normally echo blue.
Yes, they were thinking
normally half region echo blue. Echo MPP.
Echo blue, and they were also thinking saying western north. Based on how they reacted to the Galamsey issue, they were thinking that this time around they were not as hard as previous occasions on the Galamsey issue.
They were from what area?
On the NPP based on their last research data we used to, they realized that Galamsey areas because of how hard they normal call on the Galamsey areas. So this time around, even when the NDC and even some of the youth were hitting hard on Galamsey, the MPP looked a bit relaxed until the general atmosphere was hitting hard on the government. Listen, fix this Galamsey issue. So they were thinking they will reward them with some votes because at least first now
no, but see, I have always made the point, and Dr. Exie, since the conversation of NPP and Lucy Galamsey areas because of the Galamsey fight, I have argued on a different level, say it's not true. Well, it is true some you see here, but the argument is not because they were fighting Galamsey. But the argument, as I have established, is that what say Yako Galamsey into Yenjai? It's in the interest of this country, of my government. However, one call for to Galamsey.
So the issue was not the fight against Galamsey.
But
how they were selective.
Exactly in the fight against Galamsey. It wasn't my correct Galamsey, no. It's Yenjai. Then your own people, a Bible penny for a Bible chairman, a Bible executives, regional executive, national executives.
I've been given the power.
I've been given the power to go and do a galamsey.
So
it will be the same.
So Parker, first and
it's
first.
that anger and troublemaker MPP in 2020.
So first
and not because they were fighting galamsey.
Galamsey, okay.
And the selective approach is fighting the galamsey.
Okay. So the first thing is that the MPP as a party,
right,
going to opposition, we need to reassess the party.
Of course, very reassess.
It looks like the level of discipline.
Now
it's a saying self-discipline. Now it was expected from the MPP now, Koso. If you listen to people around, the conversation of arrogance, now MPP for now arrogant, is because too many people felt untouchable.
You're right.
Now man feel untouchable in the MPP. And Ghana for they observe things. Normally, on say be to me, what they are the serena. So when you to me no, na kwesi ntimi nka wa asem bie mu a na watwa mfoni bia to nipa ne tirim. And some mfoni to nipa ne tirim o feel say ekwan obeti fa so atwe aso ne yese bre ne so a so the discipline within the party, including how the president to some extent or this soft hands and dancing around issues concerning his ministers in the political party.
I like that.
Soft hands. Why that rate? Because the kind of person is
no nonsense man.
Exactly.
The no nonsense man.
So he goes after corrupt people. Right. He's there for justice. And this time I want to say, in his face, the thing is obvious. And some of the key members in the party, to some extent, are not living up to expectation. Monday is almost done. But clearly, the president was quiet. Look at the sports minister, for instance.
Right.
Even the Cecilia Dapa issue, how the president reacted to it, the man said, hey, that's
why it got to a point now where president as clearing agent.
Exactly. Because then you look at, apart from that, one key thing people are talking about is the economy.
Exactly.
Mahama had a green book. Maybe see a Photoshop, but there were some of the projects now. That means Mahama campaign, they are not kind 2016. Ghana for Tutiano was that were the infrastructure and development. But the MPP came in with the idea, said these infrastructures, no, idea. Every government is a way. But the other account is the financial
how we manage the economy, no
comfort of the people. Nipan on bottom to say. So the issue of inflation, it played a key part in the 2016 election. The issue of exchange rate
and the Dumso as well.
Exactly. Into exchange rate, inflation, or debt exchange in it, the IMF, the conversation that the mismanagement of the Mahama government. The Ghana PMO IMF into a bombarding. Now, when you come on board and you end up taking us back to the IMF, there's a baby. Yes, Mahama and what's that?
First,
you are giving excuses.
First one to cry about 10 years, standing.
Good.
IMF first one standing.
Good. You are giving us excuses of COVID. But I'm not going to say that you COVID now we need 2020. What they call. Now you come in with Russia, Ukraine. So I think the MPP ain't enough defense for the economic problems of this country. And it looks like now a whole buffooning free because it cuts across. We are not just looking at selective regions.
Across board.
Across board. Nature say a month for bottom no anko. Two. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Timi and distancing from the poor performance.
But I don't think Babna goes on distancing now. He's part of the gap.
He tried.
But distancing when he
tried.
But I think, and also the cost. Yes. For me, I think that the attempt to distance himself from the government and also cost.
Because the mess of the government, when distancing
the distance yes, of course.
Making the point that it was an act of insincerity and dishonesty on the part of Dr. Mahmoud Ba
to distance himself from the government. So it distancing and give credit to digitization.
Exactly.
One thing is that, Parker, just imagine if the economy was good. Digitization would have been a new thing MPP ne dey ba be campaign. So nka development there NDC twa green book and nka MPP so atwa mo there. Exactly. O kan ne aka. Na say obi a dey cancel obi a. But the MPP coming additional advantage. That's with the economy. With the economy. So, but they are taking a step further with digitization. When you speak to people concerning this whole ECG, now to me told them credit.
It's nice.
It's nice. But that same person make out say me try them to boarding. 3 months be a two. So people did not appreciate the digitization because digitization was. But the foundation for the digitization was the economy. And since the economy now effect in their pocket, they felt peeved and they felt angry. So, and not a lot of them, the MPP, clearly only a party of data and research. They will hit the streets, go back to the drawing board. They will listen to the people. I mean, how conduct internal elections, no? And how Alan lost. Like I said, Alan, to some extent, Alan. But there is the possibility that Nipan want to Alan, but who before don't to mount. It might be part of the apathy. Yeah. Me sure said they will sit down in their room, hit the street, move from one region to the other to assess reasons in tier amount for consider.
A big cassette. There's no need to do what normally as a party to do elections. Doc, moye what do you call retrospective analysis? Retrospective analysis. It's a more transactional. You see, problem with that. You know the problem. You don't have to go and set up any committee to investigate the problem.
But this is massive.
You know. They say the party won't problem with that. One problem.
Because when now say Obed Leka how vice presidents or try then Obed distancing who from the mess what caused this very defeat, you know. And
the miserable defeat
or try, but it has a group of people them trying to distancing himself from the mess, you know, or sinking into their minds. But the majority now nanka wobotum wa born when winning the election, you know, were not part of the targeted group in those issues in Bokonti, you know. In quote the elite now or better say there at the end of the day say what to abamu be more by a president the vice president, you know, say man advisor or pan or bafa or pa onfa but it's sent from na eba down like wana enyu dim komwe no on tase onyim de president no na enyina onyo aba ntina ade bia on ebi mu kura nyim de president no ne vice president sabe wadam pakorodo wadwini bibia yemfa hinkwa ha yemfa dem project mba yen take dem decision ebi mu kura anyim de dem no nimpa kakra bi like I said nimpa kakra bi no wobata ase de vice president
is different from the president.
It's different from the president. Then na say Obed Rokan NPP wenya the room or to have more to defend the economic mess now in the Nkobotum Wabono. Na obey difficult time people will defend the economic situation.
Right.
Because Ghana, Ghana, we don't have economy.
Okay.
No, turn. Ghana, we don't have economy. We do turn.
Buy yourself.
And in Ghana, you need economy. But I do obey exposing and more. Yeah, COVID, you know. COVID no be exposing and more. And you know, other countries our economy no or depend on them. Now they are going through economic hardship. They are going through the effects of COVID, you know. Now, warabra, I will depend on them. And you know what people were expecting from the NPP as I want to say Ghana for there. On internet, President Crack the economy in Tina or vice president or the okay, COVID is position. When would the economy is symbolic? Then on internet said and by Munya Mayan into 2021 the bull 2024 Nanka Ghana follow her there. What a one say no COVID now be exposing 1 year mayan, but like I said, we didn't have the economy. We were doing 2020 and now in the
bounce on this one because
yes.
Let me be sad.
So it's a very important part. MPP a sits back. They are taking introspective view of this because now issues maybe honor. But issue and they say to what extent will it have influence on the outcome of the upcoming elections? Number one, your friend said incidents. Right. Okay, ABA. In fact, what implemented free SHS. But a very nice policy. What is the correlation between the free SHS and then the coming confirms yet elections? When your numbers no answer, until also to measure the incidence of this. Fine. You had to go and choose your presidential candidates, and I don't know process. How would the process influence the outcome of the person chosen? Right. Until also but
do you think the process leading to the selection of Baumia as the candidate, a boy? Because some felt very unfair in the process. Officer boy.
Yes, so but to be added, some people would feel say unfair. To the extent say those who fell away and bring them back on board.
Right.
And no blots. So elections be there. Agree.
Hold on for me. Now, one of the magicians in these elections, a NDC candidate in Akrofom constituency. I'm calling him a magician because one say NDC team winning Akrofom for the first time in about 24 years. All about Kwaba you make. Now, maybe I'm there. Now, for those of you who don't know, Honorable is yet to be a lawyer in Chenova, a lawyer. Joko Parliament there, but I tell you, Parliament now, lawyer Joseph Azuma. Now, Honorable, a young man will be one more. Say, now, Shanti region, and I'm meeting a Kuaba Edama NDC. It's in a Shanti region, another constituency, NDC and Eco Parliament. What worked the magic for you in this constituency? Right.
The guy who into Ghana, Minosia, a little over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about 2-3 weeks ago, yeah.
Now, Ashanti region here, blue, and then green.
Exactly.
You and I call it Ghana program, no strength, Ashanti blue, and green. But I'm saying, I make a conclusion be, say, the next time a member as a certain member of parliament and after a member of parliament elected. And so I am a member of parliament
elect for a perform constituency.
And that's a lot, but I don't think that not to have exclusivity in that because
there's a video of you
for that one there, yes. The Lesser Commission of Ghana, but about to branch at I-127 near the end. Maybe I don't know Yama Mensaswa, Mensaya coalition records BBR. But the temperature say about 1 4 the
right.
What I want to say, a Besaba. She say, you're the country, Juma. Quine, and more, your emergency on the middle court. Stop, can't be so. With the tools you, but do I not made up. But do I not, I was a day, I saw any ma, and promoting any ma near the accord. But we know what that they put in your the corner near the court. And you might hear in the doors. And my fat, but soon you know, soon and Sunday. And PP and a Maya in the one Katanka. And you are going to be a Ama or many did you can see videos of go. And only time I have presiding member. A bra na akrofo mu the Biase district back one year Canada South. I don't so me the presiding member no. Akrofo from Ono. Me the new my head in Kania. Eko mako aduanan so emu nnan ehyaafie nonko. Na boso me pepepe ne san be hye modis aduasa nsia 36 afi. Etwitwin post. I do contract etwitwin post ne ade. And I said, if you want to attend the to about your mobile, and I'm your governor appointee, we beside the member club and you book my appointment. And it's better than fee. But Bibia.
Oh, hello? Hello? Oh, you better try to phone number back. I'll call apologies, but then, it's all, okay. Honorable, so we'll try and get him, but I'm told, says Seattle, there's a press conference or NPP headquarters. Let's try and get him. Let's try and get the press conference quickly.
President-elect, please, you have made this country in a peaceful manner. We considered without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral process. As a country, we have come far from 1992 when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much. Any adofuma yeshemwa ha. Ene anope ye franka tufo eye
Right, it was a for we'll try and get that again. You know, for a year NPP press conference, but essentially is about NDC for no college centers because largely no you can watch them because the Savage Free press conference no you know where he asked the supporters of the NDC to mass up at the various constituency coalition centers. A very problem, you know. I'm sure they're not because the is when your result, you know, is in your result. The
issue is about Dome Kwabenya, which they started like this.
There was an issue of
Dome Kwabenya in somewhere Madrid.
And then 0541
Damangu, Techiman South. In these four constituencies, the NDC is saying that so their supporters at the moment the coalition center. So Sawama Tuejiri, Damangu, Dome Kwabenya, and Techiman South. And what they are saying is that the EC should declare for the NDC candidate.
And others like
and the Adani Gidi and that one will go to that issue of good and Techiman South so I think one of the police stations MPP in Freeban said okay. That is why in the morning Dr. Mahmoud Baumia decided to reduce the tension,
calm down the tension, to quiet down the tension.
Before that, Nasami Jemfi press conference also calling on Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said
in fact, Matisse, the honorable Nassim Bahomano. Honorable, sorry.
Oh,
Great. So you're making the point about your victory, you know, and for me, Acroform a year larger than MPP seats.
Sure.
The concern is that we a borrowed seat. It's don't what we need here, but 4 years two more time we'll go back to the blue. What borrow? They borrow keke or they borrowed seat. They borrow.
Oh,
it's in 4 years, you know. What they do 4 years? Would you pay? Oh, Sankofi.
Many apaka.
Bitio.
And no share largely Nipa or more Ghana tia battle afi. Or say enkaneno. Now your father say a tradition be a song be religion be. But now you can say and kakanka commitment here say maybe a new say. So you study political terrain now. Obeun say and Nipa at and what do you consider factors to be answered no matter what? Largely presidential, no economy, no. The type of employment, the type of and other areas are infrastructure, health, education. Very future in strongly. And the back on the basis now. Do one associate developmental projects are air cost. And we say anchor. And we say the semi dignity and Omoko share Omoko Boash and Bra. Now Omabwa Asha Abano Ayom Penino, Quay of Fasua, or Yenisika the budget in Munko, Kanyaba has a BBR, the Danoko, checks and balances near Dio Murray. But say I can more parliamentary affairs, member of parliament. Honor by agents of development, or more connect the constituency to the presidency and also the executive. And that most of them by the constitution, about 50% of ministers who come from the same parliament or more parliamentarians. And the whole of BBS will call you and yet the Papa Biasa. And then she say, and I do not measure with the new copy. Wapwa, Ama Abba, Ewan about to ambitious. Now, point is saying, a school I done once and saying, I Sabia, I don't see what to saying, and to the SEC that the name of the boom. Mobile, our mobile so many Juma ye Sabi, Utimo Bomo be Shako Juma on my FB Juma na our baby will be a Juma and to Uncle Juma Mutimo connected Sanya Manana. I don't think if you say Juma Mayano. I don't know Akunana media in G9 and I said Nemuroso.
And for you know, Akuyana Yam loan you and yeah, borrowed seat.
Any contractual agreement with anybody say you sign any documentation, yeah, that is a 4 years. Based on my performance, and I'm if you say a bear may the opportunity for another term or not. And that you see your economy you need to do a crime. And the end of your work for so you know home crime.
Right.
The Mayan can you feel na ya the Amai. You do one more. I'm from Ankasa.
And you are certain and convinced that within this 4 years, looking at where the economy is, looking at the John Mahama, and Nipa Nkofobi any mujide say, Oba baby be extraordinary bian. Wono who face within the constituency for the next 4 years, it may guarantee you another term in parliament.
But I come from where the Sisiana Obi I draw my attention to the picture I'm showing you screen you so. Where you take about
I had to picture of Fatchemi. Report says now I farmer Fatchemi. All the team we are supposed to be blamed. Fatchemi. You better try it. You better current picture the to why Fatchemi.
Where there's 21 years time more baby. Anyway, where you go so.
Right. It's not maybe say. What's the question no? And I'm Bisa.
Oh, bet you be
so don't be Bisa say. It's what you are convinced and setting in your mind, sir, for the next 4 years. We be born home day. And again, judging from the economy, you won't any the concerns that John Mahama Kra will be won't even be within these 4 years. We don't have a shame. The concerns were there. We will to guarantee you another 4 years, Anna.
And then I watching and I'm company about obeying rally man or my constituency.
Right.
That was a Wednesday last week. And I'm sure the boss said, maybe we need to sit. I say, hey, baby, I'm going to be a candidate to be as well in the city. And I'm a true challenge. Say, wait there, no bunupa, any gym, no man penny or by the name. Obey him, Nima Poncha. I see. Sit in the parliament, no mum. The message said, you sit over 20 years in me. Ya kumosa yensaka nemu how ni ABC ya so obetimi aboa me a me de ba na se be ye beka ntemu no ye ono so mo de be de o de be boa me ana se wozuma na mane ha wo de nka fa bra wi na ka moa ye de be boa de a eno de zane ma wo keken ya kwan ana wo di atu challenge didn't kind of constituency no mu say akwan na ye anyway 1 2 3 there me feel say elade a unfi na no na wankasa wakoma to ye mu say o mamba ni mayama do the other party to bra say mayama do Mahama
call challenge say who winning kwa there a o me wa there ma
with the greatest of respect yes okatse me say ni university number na say ni university number onu so be ye de onu so be ya ma mi bia say city no ensan free en sanko ana me matimi edi city number dia ka na say anajo the show 6 January yebeko na yakoso in
right
no na 7 no ya ne di ya mambeli akunya na ukai na dia so entina yese makakai entima fo mu dia maye and me feel say me nyo obi akunya na mum nukre ni me pese me transfer forever and ever it is not how longer we be serving the now you good leader na how good how be entima po say anye 8 years, I'm yet 12 years, now even 4 years. Me target and say make a legacy. That can be the papa. A very receive that. I know will be a open dia. I know will say, hey, who will do my? And I'm better me. So 4 years to crap pet, and I'm needing a kunya wiswa. Me pese me just DVD too. Whether no contesting na hebe to about me whether men contest kura biu so me timi achieve the person me achieve kura within the 4 years I may not even contest again because eje obi an person of parliament teachers parliament teachers
right
for the entire American parliament every kura me yen within 4 years and na conquer am no say me say parliament because every an before for do how me dey many I see so make my year dey abo nipa e wo asitin any sabi o my mu and I say even amonone enti me enye me fani ni daso nko akeke na meko
I see
when I did not person the mama constituency
you know how lucky do you feel say after over 20 years of a long battle ewo adanse akofrom wo and I hear the man that will make history how lucky do you feel
well me frankly speaking a humble me pa say you declare ahomachin anopai and I say if you results on started say eba na bibi I say Zuma o wini convincingly na me weko kakra bra ma bre e constituency ni anything ni pa ko mu na pai machi me yetisi krumu a ye dakru aya krufum constituency capital na say na me hwe me ma me no mrafo me papa no nkokra me buru bebrebe pibedi meji a mejina ka no na me peja me cha chia wo no na de ekoso ni trim ze zo wo adwumaye papa because said this anybody no mudi me me first come to mubutum but I want how we no fi say mabasa na be yede be so anu ana me be sisi e de amo tini me hu ni say adwuma da no so chen ani je was meje men pe say endi afekura ndi mpim yenu na me kokuru so ana ye pam ana say bi na me tete me pe say woni mo ndi amba na nya me ya dum na say sabi inya so inti wipa de metwan ya na say o mampani be yina so afo no mahu say we na da akwanyi ano we na da ntomodin hihye ya no we na da adisua ho hihye ya no we na da ya no adwumasua say adwuma ye ne na sefo ano minya wie ni sa o wie ya na no so master te adwuma I see e bi amata ni po medin kan ya o monkrata e medin kan ko ministers no na ya mampani fonso mo ka bi o mo ye connected to them no yama Matthias yes me krata ada de mama so mi na papa so mesi bo avene sa ade so e die yenyin fe me man for so adantia krofu enti me fa no ma say idea because a big achievement historic say empani for my twemu amode NDC din ko ya omanya omobobre no na enye ngetingeti o enti nyame na eya na nhyehyeye na ne brem akrofofo mu me aye na adom na mama me akwanya enti me no mu nyina be ka dum MPP NDC no ya to abawi me MP for the constituency me MP for NDC enti consensus ye be build no where necessary ye be ma development no aye ye be ye priority over bia enti yemma bibia nsi ade a ebeboa ya ma mpontu aba anokwanda ebeka ye ho dum na ebeye sanso na me na wose me lead na me ne stakeholder edidi ngomo na me try say memma unity aba although enye disunited or whatever constituency we are one people one family and in this room MPP room DPP room Oshemia Mebontuano Minia MPA Mene Koya Ne Akakaka na Olobesi na Makusina yeah Nini no mukame ho a ye call ntwa bontwa editwa kuro no nyina hia ye enti sa na midim se Yankopon ya adomo a enam se nyina nipa baako ye se fundun frefu danchem frefu na fu baako na enam se editwi ni minum na ebe na ebe ndi odidi a na wo fo enti me bom pa ye se ya ye we nyina awie no ye nyina ebe mu se kurufo ye baako pe ye kwan na obi abefa so bi e uzupa no ma obi abenum bi e school na ye papa obi abeko bi se empomode hihye na wo asisi agenda 111 bi o mo sha ase e wo no na ye let na sa do no wi but how I see fakono ewo very few but dey your mind is akushi ana me man peni oba so de kaka se oba obeba be to adwuma o man peni a oba ya san wo bayi o yeso me so me se amba se ye be si hospital ewo me mensi mu na ye benya faso adi se ni TV a no ye so ye be na ya to aso bi na no so aba beboa ama ede faso pa ede abre mensi
honorable Jabadasi and Egunbray, and we are wishing you well.
My memo about to say Mekaya and Bopa. Makaka Mwabum Neda. No de Mengoko Bum Pichanaba.
We didn't know, but I don't think you have changed that much. I don't think you have changed that much. Because Michelle picture na Michelle wa.
Now
the MP elect Akroform constituency. Very historic.
Starting Komono na baby was in Komoroko no. or too much in but later no or something no making it clear to him then when there seats in our zaman or a borrowed
seat. It's a borrowed seat.
Now he was trying to make a point that CCR the Ghanaian voter no only a change of mind in our woman to MPP or woman to anything no or it doesn't work again, but no honorable task there or a borrowed seat. So what's a there on will guide him. Now I start why you need you much to them more because if it is like the way I or Canada, and 2016, on the wind of change, you know, all Bruno. Voter region, how many seats in MPP? Just one. And that is not the case.
But even the one, I think, the one in 2020 actually.
2020.
The seat was one in 2020.
The seat was.
I mean, which seat was one?
Even 2016, now MPP winning massive in Ukraine. They had it difficult to get a seat from Oye voter region. So and yet the Ghanaian voter Obiara wenya seat from NPP one stronghold and now seat to okita NPP Nensa Kesisi and French team there Oye nyeme bien the NPP for ankasa nkoda watu abana wadi maintain one seat in 2-1-2 and then the 14 voters are where deciders are and what determine where election directional commission and also want to about and Crawford you could dinkomo on the streets now.
So there's another one who played the match.
Exactly.
There's another one.
Honorable na no Crawford when you seat you know one task there a borrowed seat.
It's a borrowed seat.
So what start a Juma now na why you more the way ya. On nobody determined there what to
go there borrow seat. Onya there 2 years you be about some seats are traditional.
I really able to want them.
Is it Capim not or Capim Sadia? And they buy always still with you. I mean, people are told anything for you. Baka. People are not told anything for you. What mount one says from oh no Obed into now year traditions are not built in a day, right? In pre tradition into you can also establish a new tradition. No, you agree. That I agree.
Exactly.
If you get down now to deliver and perform and you listen to the people. Now with your here. Now we more. Send your more tomorrow. Do you think only MPP for Nkwana? The idea is there are people who are neutrals or more. So who be the no. Ebi anipa 5 ni hu ya make sure say obebo ho modern. Ama 10 So I like his posture. Yeah, I think his desire say he's ready to lobby. Yeah. And get the people the needed project. For them to be convinced that option no taking, they should stick with that option. It wasn't a wrong one. So what I said, a man for new options. Now it's the duty of what we say. In the next 4 years, you work on them. Sanya or Kobiema said there this time around me because me pay more than bar what done a dean and no shit. So I don't believe in borrow seat. Obia 4 years can be changed. Yeah. The wind now airborne. Look at Ashanti region. Back I was a discussion about the numbers. Yeah, the numbers. And I was telling you out of the 47 constituencies last year, NDC had almost 10,000 and above in about 30 constituencies. But 39 constituencies check here. Good. 39. Yeah. Now we come and say 30 to 40. Yeah. So 39 constituencies. So there were less than 8 constituencies. And NDC now less than 10,000. Yeah. This is Ashanti region. It tells you something. Now there's apathy. If you give the people a reason to believe in you, apathy is next time maybe an hour account. So you put in a conscious effort, a designed principle. No form of arrogance. And no. So at distance you don't keep because opposition. Maybe we can be out. We need power now. Obo fra a fee. Now we send go for ebufuo na nya da kropo. Ehihye nipa mu. Ebi mbe free mu, enyo mu nyina na omote nkwam. Na ebi mu de ebufuo na ekọ. So if you're an MP and you decide to work, ebi kra na modern. Let's look at someone like Peter Amewu. Okay. Ebi at this time when we're losing. the MPP might submit him in 2028. The NDC candidate, so the people have a taste of you and then what we call tradition. And the next 4 years, the way in between the two and go like, listen, we made a mistake, let's go back for So honorable, when we need seat, any the traditional seat of the NDC. But if you put in the work and give them a different taste, more to be before from so. Now mo take crema no mo fendi adanse amount. When you also na sa constituency near say enye a typical NDC constituency no. Now what done no typical NDC constituency. Let's look at Ascent Central. Kennedy
constituency.
What are the people saying? Almost say they love Kennedy. Of course. Not his party. Of course. Because previously it was not a seat for the MPP. It was a seat for the NDC. And obeje we and one make sure say nipa na e ho ne penasa onu free ho no then esi o ma sese on sa sit in afole so it means that na NDC for ho anom to my MPP because of nipa na not one. So you as a person can start a change. One man could start to change the world. So one man can change the dynamics and direction of a constituency. So I don't believe in borrow. You can't say borrow seat. Man from remember doctor. Okay, doctor. So doc, I mean, what's say one of the seats shock upaya. Into the buy no say the opportunity cap. What's say no. Are you convinced? I mean, the win no. A world deserve now.
It is quite obvious. Senior no kind. And one day we're building on it. Process.
About 2020, So let me just run you through this. There's the EC have officially confirmed. Wutu Senya East. Of course, how Kumsi. How Kumsi is gone. It's gone. Yes. How Kumsi is gone. Okay. That is that Kaswa. How Kumsi. I knew me was. I was saying Guana. These are the giants falling. The axe is falling on the giant in the FBP.
Yes. I mean, it is. Humbling. It's humbling. It's a giant. I mean, example say I'm surprised by Katie because by all standards. I mean, MPP mu Katie. I mean, is a stalwart. So,
Feed minister. So who is the minister?
In the party now, I mean, in fact, it will not follow but as I was saying, it is obvious that we we're building a home for some time until when you have some kind of social pact with I mean the people. But that notwithstanding, I'm quite impressed on what admit to say. It does not matter say or 4 years and I say 8 years and I say I mean what he wants to do is to give out his best. And to be a Obabedi MPB and I'm say then the new mindset should be saying I mean minister be a meba for years meba be entrench within the time then what can I do for the people? I'm say no na a be determined say in fact I mean in fact explaining a lot but in the nutshell what he's trying to say is ma unyuma no enkasama
exactly juma no and a bit say ye so and say ye
very good but in human so may realize say as a ye chiane maybe kakra I mean Musa say ye to abama as an MP with duties exactly I mean I think that right now no ye more different that's one they have got to come school dying these the duties of the MP.
They are not the duties.
So, in fact, I mean, Obi winning what baby. In fact, Branche no winning as independent or as anti-achem. Obi catch him so a Branche at times Udu baby and Crofo see dan kra na another so no na osu said dey otimi kosoa concrete pra na odimrika no see enti no you love this person enti no me musa say is that the duties of an
not the duties of an
so say enti no say as time goes on we also need to educate our people and be modest in our promises so enti no doesn't mean say obi benya daje akwakoso concrete esida man krofo na me nya sa daje na doesn't mean say I mean odi akono ya de che me na say so enti no mama ya fa de no into I mean
it's for you no doc for you know what should be the baseline measurement for the performance of an MP?
Okay,
because edikano you were elected on the ticket of constituency,
yes,
and that two what parliament or your parliamentary work, it's you know how should we measure? Say, can say, every born home or there, then inform.
Okay, in fact, number one, I mean, me feel say should cut across baseline and say, also yeah, accessible.
Accessible. That's number one. Oh, yeah, accessible.
MPs, no, bebre wo ho no o se obe frɛ no anya no kra no edin so o sia wa se ne o bebu ye interaction kan eno ehia bebre eno na megye say independent candidates no are realize ya omo depending omo social contract with I mean the people who I mean say adaji a ono no benya kra chia no it is very good but ono ye MP no minu e ka no I mean otiakra most of the week. Oba be a Friday enyumre na in fact I mean obehu na be a briefly Saturday morning Sunday pe na I mean okoko. I know some MPs oba kra na obe making sure say unhu no just because I mean o ma unhu no demands back but I mean ye kasa no ya yenso yentia say pressure e wo mu ya na doso yankura na yakwa yenya enwini no pressure no be way oni akro hu say wa contested anko dia it means that resources no exactly and the offer back also hu say second time no the demand no beba I mean
doc munchewa na 2020 one of the things are na okobo in the constituency no what they are accusing into what we say there onkwe just imagine.
Okay, but for Okobo he's lost the seat. He couldn't stage a comeback. Olusu 2020, and this in a winning seat on the Kukuno. Osambe contested. Unfortunately, Okobo 18.
So unkwe ye ni obia. Ansana uba na ukwe ye. So unkwe ye ni obia. Ansana uba no. Ansana beto ama na ukwe ye no. Right. So na ukwe naming ceremony. Ye tuma odi a umba bi. Enti sane ye wotie no fa no bra.
On to manage because bra na obeyi no na emane adwuma da onye. Sisi ato ama no nko parliament nko ye adwuma. So very difficult there. Obotum wa be at the same time performing his duties.
Brings us back to your social relations with them and the social contract. And you know, so I didn't ebi ni okra na fa call no ka je so. Na de ebia na emunye. Aye bebre no a wo mayi. O so ba so a odopo bibi. Enti say wan hwe a wo MP no eno be detail. Especially as a towns be under you MPB or onye we any prime minister just say 2 years because that time no office I mean resources no call they also build it enough and one here about to be do they punish you until the bra I mean kokone na mo kakra bia ubenya bia no fa mom in fact minimum MP ba kwa okwa yi a ebia enso obo I mean 500 Ghana but people were no and taking it lightly assuming say oba na say ebia or attend funerals be tenor that is 5,000 significant so musa say wo MP how much you earn in a month so enti na sometimes bed na wo omuso no do so but bra 500 and ubenya tuya
so the lifestyle some of the MPs no so count but some time you know net ho na obi nim fie bia no wasi obi anim ka
obi anim
na fe uko ye
da ye wa de bobo
ene ma bobo usika sema kwosoro enti uba yi a o ka uchu no sese no wasesa no wato ka ma oyere ka kra no waje ama ese eno ne de nkwala ko school amanfo na hu se wabrabo no asesa into almost wa bra bonus so ma hu asase bia na yedwin say asase we ne board den.
Yes,
so when they see those things
to obia,
they now expect you to do same
obia no. Your life is not supposed to remain the same. It does not mean
just 4 years, just 8 years,
translate to the community. So, in fact, you spend beyond your means. Until now, we will bet him in MP say, 500, and then people are complaining. Oh, I didn't say any OMP. But assuming say, Oko year 10, Oko, I mean, church, friends, now almost church, harvest. Anyone want to
in fact, so I'm wondering how come, because the conversation we are having, it fits into the beginning
Agnaso
conference. The MP they mean in fact, we name the pie after being bought. We MP. Me no kase efie biemu anya crowd ni baba kwa buchiri as part of the performance. Result number is here, we lose election. After the Bemboati, NPP MP. We lose ewo bebieni ahwaso be kwai. When you are 31,749 votes. Ne contender a oye NDC in ya 33,732 votes. What it means is that the difference of 1,983 votes. It's an alpha of being watching in spite of no yina.
Okay, in Musa said, the Oban, a Diana or no air, and I saw, old one, when
you speak to the people.
So the dynamics are different.
Very good.
I think I'll say if you look at the constitution dynamics.
Dynamics.
And general. Generic. It's dynamics. No,
but how long have you, I mean, also been there?
Right. No, but after a one-term MP, I've been watching over 2020 and over.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Akula.
Yeah.
Approach series. Approach series.
Definitely, there are the other factors that probably he did not consider.
Exactly, I see. But what kind of other factors about consider? Let me talk to Doc. So, and I'm making the point. Dr. Napo Matoko Prempe.
Yes.
What the by generally so governor is the base of the NPP or Ashanti region. All indication shows that Ankoyi as expected. Do you think Napo was a wrong choice?
Oh, for now, it will be too early to, say he was the,
because the impact in Ashanti wasn't fair.
But how do we know, Senka, Enka, a buy, and Enka different person buy, and Enka impact would not have been worse. So, sir, who said, Alan, there's that vacuum, there's that challenge. Has a base. And Alan Atene, and likely say, butterfly might carry a chunk of the the people away.
But butterfly was doing testing like 1 2 1 2 1 2. Did that 1 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. The result is that here.
So until say obey the right research, you might not know his weight actually. But in the party, the man carried some weight into how do we feel it at that time. Then Napo as of then was the best choice, and until say measure we will not know to what to what extent I went to me and galvanize the base. But me Hesenka and you know any they no buy any different person buyer, could it have been better? Or it might actually have been worse.
I see. Well,
on the Napo issue, I think Ashanti region goes beyond Napo.
Ashanti region goes beyond Napo.
It goes beyond Napo. It's not a Napo factor. Clearly, on Nana Mekacho said, generally, na adding say MPP benya an MP or Ashanti regional. All constituencies because MP with a powerful.
Yeah, the perfect MP. It was a perfect MP. A perfect candidate.
Yeah, it was going to be difficult because now MPs, I think, so be on a level for say Chairman Sabonsu. He's up there. oko educhu bosom fatemwa. He's also doing his own thing. So now check it. Now enya the obeka say we die total as we die waje Asante region naboso. So it was necessary for them to get a candidate to partner Dr. Mahmoud Bamia for the Asante region. But they needed more to get the numbers of our Asante region. If you are being frank, or they have any research method be any. Yamfa mo anu mo kase ya anye. Clearly. On say time is nipa erefins many nipa nya na erefins. That comment from Nanado on that Kwabri East issue. I'm still waiting for Kwabri East results. Everybody Mbai may change. I just know I'm married, but I want to see the difference. Okay. Whether there will be that change. That comment and the total posture our Santimemo was not the best. Paka. Impuntu no. Say na manfu huye our Santimemo. Omu saying. Kumasi babya. Greater Kumasi baby, the Nimpa Ejedi. The northern sector of Ghana. Right. The southern sector and the northern sector. The northern sector, baby, and Tipa share a Ujedi Asante Memuha. That's right. Nipa would do a free western, a free bono, a free north. A babe fanioma, or more babe western of or more babe tongue, and your mom be facon. It train the power. Do on a bomb pimha, or mon to us on concrete. So it's a place of business. Buying and sell. Now, the NDC, it might look like a minor issue, but the MPP inability to complete the central market. And also a factor. It's in America to say. And also a factor. So, one can say, no researcher. Ombehu said, the issue of Napukeke. So, it goes beyond Napo. Napo no. What me fan question say, and I mistake class here far and Napo no. Napo so Napo is not a wrong choice. But so Napo is not a wrong choice. Including Chairman to me. Chairman to me. Yes. In diagnosing the problem. To me is a problem as Obebi say. You should be able to admit and say he's part of the problem. I don't know also. So no. Because okay, I say, hey, I said I don't know if you had the courage to deal with your problems head on. I am sure maybe you can have settled the situation. Right now, it may be too early to be pointing fingers now. Say we want to be a part. I think that's want to be a part. Oh, sir. Want to me in 2016. Anyone to me in 2024, and you're the same person. Okay. Send not 2016 amount for to me. I worship to me. With time, the knee any be. I'm a sour dono. I know tissue from Oyerepa. I see. Within the party. About last what this week? And then Sunday. Last week, yeah. I mean that dumb day. So my videos. Want to me? About last week, Samuel Ban. You mentioned another name. Samuel. If there's a Samuel factor, a Samuel factor, not the wound to me factor. Wound to me isn't that popular. I see. Within, I'll say there will be a or MPP or joining MPP or to reduce my MP. Right. That was something. And you'll be or MPP. We are a MPP, but on to reduce on to Abanibi. Some of one they follow the MPP. Only party card, but a guy in the MPP member. Exactly. Ask yourself, say, within those people. Oh, Modoso power, yeah, of course, Modoso power. Because I other chairman to me. I know Kasa. Nana 7 bit near Toma Kumaso. Ama omo ya udiefa MPP or me jato akwakoto. Just look at that. So again, the MPP in Asante region to some extent, not to a large extent, but to some extent. No more like a figure or casa. And may touch it, that silent MPP supporters in Asante region. Exactly. Or may be in this particular election. And that is why it got to a time President Kufuor had to come in. There was a Kufuor coming in was not just because of anything. Because near a month when him or die. Asante Memu President Kufuor. Therefore, young Fanim Brem no be Kasano. On Kasama. In Kenya, Asante mine and Kotuaba. That is the job of Chairman to me.
I will fail at it.
He failed.
Finance executives.
No, he failed.
Executives.
I'll add, quickly say, Nipe Bian, you have your strength and your weakness.
That's true.
Man, was several 3 times as chairman. It's not easy. Probably I'll agree, say, several to sometime, your appeal, might go down, but it does not mean say you are still not relevant.
No, he's relevant.
Because as
relevant, but it's making a point the influence in the platform.
In 2016, as compared to me, Stormy Baby in 2016. Who would appeal? When people were saying, say, Chairman Untimi don't deserve to lead the MPP in 2016, time of your regional elections, and our MPP in Asante region needs someone who is educated. Look at how the silent MPP group, among party members, no more support to that. He said, no, this young man, were committed to the MPP tax. He's devoted. Or a fighter. MPP need a fighter to lead us at this time. So there is a difference between winning power and retaining power. Clearly, chairman won't be on the prayer. But more the bar be on Tessa.
I see.
Well, he has done very well so far.
You can't take that away from him.
Very good.
In this election, MPP diagnosed how in Asante
it is too early to. Very good. We'll sit down.
Whilst you are talking about,
and then assess all this.
Whilst you are talking about prognosis and diagnosis and what have you, KJT managers when you didn't come on. Okay. And taxi drivers in Okwa. Okay. When they manage because a man more likely was a member. Just to be not diabolical, but a man are more rational thinking in analyzing issues. Now, I'm going to take a decision, but your man would go free as a chest. I wanted to understand the perspective. So almost so from their side, free as a chest in the boy, and I say I'm what. I was for my tea in summer, a big car, of course, the mama kakra a woman dear, but the donor were the woman that we spoke to. What they think led to a year NPP4 or massive defeat here,
massive is even massive defeat.
As a journalist, in 2016,
massive.
Make I say NDC has suffered a humiliating defeat.
Exactly. Okay.
It is a number of massive defeat. Let us see question, Meka. I was saying so. Most of massive defeat.
A place like Western Region.
Right.
2016.
So what's the 17 seats? How many are falling for the NDC now?
5.
5. NDC have 5 room.
When last election or J4, this election was J5.
J5 so I had 9.
Inside no 4 did that. And over J4 count 8. And I was signed J5 account.
And 8 plus 5 is here.
13.
What is 13?
Out of 17.
Wow.
A massive defeat.
In fact, I know Yama Bonte right now. So, until say, do we might applaud by you?
Question team second.
Yeah, they were lost.
And Hunter West. Well,
I see. So, what's the region? Are you telling us that MPP is here almost just 4 seats?
Second.
Almost 4 seats in the Western region.
Yeah. Well, Lusu a Hunter West.
Amazing.
Well, Lusu a Hunter West. Well, Lusu Kwasimentim. Well, Lusu Sekendi. Well, Lusu Eskadiketen. And well, Lusu Shama. Ningina NDC aje.
So, Emilia Arthur.
Emiliata
has won for the first time. About contesting for 3 or 4
regional minister.
Yes, as our contest for twice, you said. Exactly. So this will be the 3rd annual contesting. Yes. So Emiliasa, the MC candidate, has won Shama constituency. Amazing.
After Honorable Gabriel Silfi.
Amazing. So even in the Western region, out of the 17 seats, NPP in your 4 and the NDC in your 13.
Unconfirmed.
These are provisional results.
We are waiting for the East.
Yeah, we are waiting, but these are provisional results. No, but the parliament, nobody declared. The the parliamentary.
And they almost declare coalition center.
But then presidential na trying for EC, but then the parliamentary need there. Now abandon the declare because the reporter normally sending information. No, EC for the returning officers at the coalition center and declare say we win. Now we can authoritatively say it. It's in the CC and the parliamentary need there. Oko the Western Regional, NPP, NDC were 13. And NPP were 4. So that is it. Now your ministers no lose.
Oh yeah. Oh.
So communication minister will lose. The deputy communication minister will lose. Trade minister Kittiamon will lose. Interior minister Henry Cote will lose. Fisheries minister Howard Kumsi will lose. Sanitation minister Lydia Sarah Malhassan will lose. Deputy roads minister Stephen Jalula will also lose. Peter Mo is not okay. Peter Mo is develop railways and thank you. What can Peter Mo railways now? As I want to shut down your show. You shut down your money.
You know, saying between that.
Only your former minister. On your minister says I'm there. Your minister says only your former interior minister. But my share minister said that so far ministers are here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's in the ministers and deputy ministers of Luso. In fact, Dakwa Newman, gender minister, and also Luso. So these are cabinet ministers who have actually lost their position.
And at this point,
these are cabinet ministers. So
at this point,
I'm a Luso of my seat.
I'm not done pray.
Another contention Patrick Bama. Mekuduka Lusu. The deputy lands minister. Oh, I forgot. Deputy lands.
So I just said so Western region.
Duka is gone. Is a goner. Duka is a goner. Dakwa is a goner. You know, mechanic be one two. Another majority chief whip. There's a contention there, and even Okanqui Central, Peter Boama area, so there's a contention there. You see, NDC name in the Peter Boama, Damango, so there's a contention there. Abu Jinapol. But I'm falling man. Young try, sir. Because of the issues that was a Siano. I'm a officer exactly. The so much people personally committed in that. So they will use we'll go to them and go. We'll go to them and go very soon. But yeah, check your reaction from KGT and Madam Nomakasai. Now when we come back, we go to them.
I want to see if they will mention the Central Market Project. I just want to see if they will do that.
Okay. PM hello from Abusana Enimwa. And run the Tuaba. Na Abana Yatono, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. Mano Kasosu James. Because Oshania Kona Enyan MPP Elu supporter in this election. Na ye PM Yane man on Muton Fosro and a man on Muton Pabona Dian Ewaha. Ye be some Adentina, Oman Tuabanama MPP. And I said Denti. And I'm sure MPP Elusu Abano. Mami we and Kasa quickly. Mami, it's Abana 12 years. About MPP reporter. When Yaji and Asara. Meniaji papa. When Yaji papa. Adentia. Omuya Pesam Kumia. MPP Pesam Kumia. Omuya Bro. Why 3 days to election? What to petrol? Ade, a dear bonnet, a diam. Yatu be BM. You will be there, and send a back or some a bin cedar. Mamma, I'm more free SHS. Woman, what for some free in their comedy nipper. What to name a business and Timmy Coquanso. Your colleague was so quanso. Dollar and also Sandy or the Bacono. Who bar, who quite just so times 3. And now what I didn't know what's a bassa. Bonnie Benny. Enya omo boni bia enti ye pese omo nkono mko sua nyansa omo hwehwe omo na emaye next 4 years yes ado but me na daba no so enya na ado but me a new candidate one ye running mate but on your president second na penny ya na ko pese ba omi abanka wo so oguniemam ma ba omi na ba omi aba enti de na ye kra kyerɛ sɛ ono akwa na ba omia no ohia no no ohia ba omia na wachen so ohia ba no ohia ba omia no what company man wan do ene de ye nkeka
eye nipa anim kasa ene baasa eye nipa anim kasa eye nkeka bibi anka ho bi eye nkeka menya ndisi ni me wo badwom ha nyina obi anim same wo pen pipi hima I can show you pictures wo pen pipi hima etutuntoma asoli dem nyina mekọ railway for me kunu wo railway for ye adwuma imagine say woni okruti 8 months ni ntua ne kada railway for aye ne bone bai railway for eye na na do bone bai wo ye woni ba wo mi bone bai no ye kunu mu kọ adwuma ntua mo ka wo mu ye adwuma bone bai no ma ye wo edi ntini ye ntua mo ka bone bai ne ye ntu de woni agise MPP elu so ma report o me pese o mu nko sua de wo se kro ma obi pie aye din kuma say din kuma na wonam street ne mu so obi nka ncha wan kuma say din dia kwa ye ne se ye nto mendi sik ye nto ma ene ye nkoto mendi eti brafie me dia me koy uko na kotuti am sake of my husband uko tuti am everybody nyankopon uko tuti MPP stay biebi omunim me stay biebi o hima stay dum de o adum chiechi gagai ba kope omunim ye tuti am so omunsuye nyansa mate o hima stay medasi mami so mami o hima se ne ni age se MPP elusu o so me pese mkumya wo ni age na se wura ho me wura ho papa wura ho se denti me de me bom pa se dollar ne beba 2 cedis se do me de se dollar ne timba be 2 cedis pe kura de meto ama no wo mu ye bonia ya nkasa Ghana fo ye bonia ya Ghana fo ye bonia ye bonia ya o ma ye den ye bonia ye hwede papa ya be ye akwai ne de osisi hospitals e de ne wonye ye wo gina ha ka we bonia na ye pesika hye botom ye nwene ye daache ye botom kwa no mu pe no ma me kom de amanfo e kom ni opia e kom ni obia da just a message sa wonya adwuma da fo bre wo mu bua wo mu tompa bo bre da fo firi makro post office kronom afrancho bo ho wo manya sika papa woman dey on my say ye ba ye e kom ni obia nti wo fi se John Mahama wo bill then I wo show man John Mahama dey me plan so investment about 50 cedis about 50 cedis so on money ba me share 4 years e ti me 50 cedis me meto ama no we beto man bi me na me ka kire wo obi wo 95 me si me fie investment 95 nti me nsi bi I do 1.2 obi asifie sans wo ye adwuma o mo pebele o mo pe cash nti me dia me si aba no ankoya ama me boni aye nti no mato aba na tia wo mu mami medasi mami we so mami aba no we na jana jara ho me ru aho papa adenji na ru aho me ru aho za kuma so fo di ehwamo Ghana for us ready ehwamo se Fred Kesha ma akufo ado aba be hwengrofo ma ni ye wie ye aba no matu aba na tia no na me sa da nyame aso se ma ha ma aba na ye hwengrofo ma be ka fie next year na ye be simu no etimi da ye me da se ma ha ma nya ene sa ye me yan so se ba wo mi aso ni se kono me mo edin ti na ya 20 emunya de Ghana na aka sa wo mpe bla ana se Ghana aye din ama mati mami hwe se betim na ye ni for we akasa mami na ye ni for we nkasa quickly mami na ye ni for we nkasa be won boys bi ba mo tse bobo ya emu a o mni age a o mo ba a mni o mo kasa a mo ba pin somebody akuro mokwa so no yakuro mokwa so misi akuro one basa mo mokwa so no I say it's 1 by 1 ahaya santimemu adenche mututia aya MPP Marcel what free education ona mo si free education mi anu o mi ni aba agbo school abaka na mile se free education o ha akiyama ka na mile no and free education mi anu o yes mama Minister. What time Ghana is Kenya? Ghana minister. Mama youth ni abrado do.
Bahaya Ashanti region. MPP aye party. Instead they tell me 20 years.
Ya ka se adwa na adwa o.
Mujado mo
ya ka se adwa because wanya ade ba so emi. Wanya che.
I see. Champion. What about my wife?
What about mama?
Yeah. Na I Ashanti region.
Yeah.
I don't say what about your mama.
You want changes.
You want changes? Yeah. No mama on your shoe. That's what you say.
Dabi. Easy no. One day delay somebody can sit in hospital scra.
One day delay. Like a man of your own sitting on
hospital scra.
We are sure. That's what me say 4 years. 5 years.
Dabi amobwa.
I see. It was a form. Where NDC phobia omaniache ewa ha. One to abanibi. One kasa one to abanibi. Where NDC for omaniache chese omaniache say John Mahama erini. Iperifobia ha. Ma membra ha na mini perifone kasa. Where mudi e? Omudi omohwamma. Oyerepa. Adwuma. Papa. Abano, one teaching. We are abochi kafra. Wafa MPP. Elusu election my report. When you jana say we are what is say? Mama Bedi 8 years extra 4 years with extra time. Yeah, movie. Even campaign mu crowd. Yeah, who promise Papa be or the maye. Accidentally na so wafa. Intermediate Casamania Jidia Namboa. That's a column in my MPP Afa Ashanti region Fala say had a yet Yambu Ashanti region. I know, and our passes one. She says Ashanti for Niati. Ya Oba. Now from fair Fala and Faswan Maya. Young Faswa. And now just a bit watching. Yeah, and 12 about with tradition. Yeah, Philwood and Koromin. The above boy and yeah. It's all about why. Yeah, because yeah, MPP there. What you go to club and Tessa and Obia's watching. I see. The woman says free education support to be there, but yes, sir, no. And to be covering in my to be covering in other problems. Yes. To your mama will be then I will share some. Oh, your mama, dear. The news so obey. I say a car upon over yes, can walk over yes, Kako. Baby, you are bet my Ghana. Must bet my Bibia and quiet because I'll buy a crown when Mama promised Biasa or Abayat Yashmasi and answer or Benting. Why may I? Madasi, my member, I say now of Fandraha. Wafa. Election and Koyama and Koyama. Akoyama, Papa, Akoyama. Ready, Koyama, rough, Koyama, and Rebo for 13 Dubarakesi. I'm a Kotumaba. What to my NDC? We are hands down. Why we are going to are you core? Papa, ya so any mamma or you can MPP Asante MPP a political party and Asante Sonko. Look at Dentina, a man Asante for the Ghana for top and the MPP. It's answer Henny. You Krumha, right? 2017. Yet $1 within less than 30 minutes, $1 in her. A ben piano from Kwame Nkrumah, Ebisine. A ben piano who when you scatter the father, a ben piano over 1 trillion plus. A ben piano, yet Yadum said John Bode Becatcher said they are going to move this country from taxation to industrialization. Yeah, after that taxes and the credit cost. And I'm ranting by your Jumakran, you'll be better. What's the taxes about to so? Cover the buyer and go for you, maybe all the tax as out to so. Like any day. Who will be Papa de Maya and came 8 years at the man. I don't call ye. And be a crane coming soon, we say. Swimming pool, and Messino Accra. National Cathedral. Oh, and can National Cathedral. You know National Cathedral. A swimming pool. Yes, swimming pool. $54 million. Oh, but it's a velugu. Of course, school be I say. What's a me patch? Right. We check with the buffo and a trouble. And he said, a buffon started 2022. And $1, I'm saying. And $1, and I'm saying, $1, and I'm saying, what if Obia for $1 from 1 city to 3 city pesos? Also, I know the Atias, Mapano. Now, one house who nimby be a one bet my yen over $1, and I'm 17 cities. Okay, because I can't pay my work now resign. Now, when you cried, but me a new candidate, and you go for another paper, so you're Baumia, but me innocent man, and can you try and share? You try and share. I the paper be a come or Mamma, yes, Baumia and Diaba. Ghana can say Baumia and Diaba. Now, I didn't know, yeah.
the head of economic management team. Na economy ne ko bone de. On ka say no de obeji say blame na ama ho. Obeka say you have a solid team and betima manage economy no. Osafumafo Kenforiata Jambafo ne ade. Ewie ni.
I see. Today when you say MPP lose. So marry no.
Me cry there. Me my fresh because you home mpaboa no.
Now go ahead.
Eh na solo ko betwiri ko mo
betwiri solo ko. Say MPP.
Na me adoma January 6 ye say kwa Accra.
I see.
Aba papa na ba. Oba be ye ni ye.
Mate, we dey NDC preko pe it no. Mama ne nkasa finally. Ofa we dey NDC.
Pure papa.
So mama is on me 4 years obewie sika. Obo bogana ka.
Enya no kure. Eya abufuo ene yaw ana Ghana ya de to aba editi an. See the otumfo tu no fo. Said the Ghana for the come any bere ene to aba ti adwo mama. Efutu anyina wo de ma wanfa. Enti wanfa ne de say no na Ghana for ye ho adwuma ma. Wo ma na anwini o. Say wo mo say the aponchi begina santimem ehye na MPP atade kure e beto am eno no mudo mani to so hwe bla amu 10 cd SMS we amu 10 cd me papa penimu am gina we me to mu 10 cd am this is 20 cds
wo di amu 20 cds
bla me gina we amu 20 cd at SMS wo ko campaign na onye bia so wa no wa ma me ba ko free de wa ya de wo be kasa tie bia wo yi nipa bonini na mesre mi urajo mama se woba Freddy case no enturo mu de to wo so se wu betwam ba wonyama ne no so nse ne omode ya no wo ma ne nye doboro be kwa de nko obenya akora na nya no nke school uniform kwa na ko fanko ma obi antwi ahwe ya no na ye free mesre na mensa da mensa ya me bu ko to de mesre jo mama se mesre no Freddy case no woba wonyama ne nye hu nse ne omode ya no na nturo no mu twato ne so no the Bible say we try to akwa so a or the come so try to akwa so a what the yaw any bre etimi bodwa ma ne yiye ai dwaba wa Bible ti mesere no oba no onyama ne nyehu ense ne omode ye no e dem work
Medasi, and this is a very passionate appeal to John Mahama, former NDC supporter. Say woba free SHS no you don't try to no so betwam oba on shemukina na onyan chain MPP for Ediaye no. Ebusa from within Edi Kwesi Parker Wilson. This is Oyerepa TV election field. Bijina eye edum kejetia. This is the report for election field. Right, Ebusa for it, you know, that is the reaction from Ghana for more Ashanti region. Doc, yes, sir. Shocked by the responses you are hearing?
Surprised.
Yeah, surprised.
Surprised. I mean, wow, stronghold, but the sentiments are so, I mean, overwhelming.
I see.
And you know, again, sobering.
Yeah, sobering.
And probably no, and BBC before
election. No.
Probably a month earlier, and BBC and and commercials and I
was doing it. I was doing it. That's my way of doing my survey. More presidential election. And your people who supported Bamia were accusing me that my country is called a Japan. All the places I went to make contact credit because Central region, be a Kumasi, be a Greater Accra. These are the regions I went to.
Okay.
Across all the regions, I'm going to focus on say, yeah, this so approach yaw. And these are not delegates, they are random people. How many delegates? So maybe some question is say, why am I normal per se MPP delegates in a 12 and the general response was quite clear. Say, I'm pay Kennedy Japan over Baumia. Party 90 and I'm to my Baumia. So we try to do this thing to give you a sense of what the people want. This is 1 year I'm from the teacher. What was some which are for Kwabri is an Kanaba. Abba and Kwabri is MPP 67,069 votes. 67,069 votes. 67069 votes. NDC 27,102 votes. 27,102 102 votes. And this is for the presidential. It is Judge John Mahama and Dr. Baumia.
Let's stay with the president.
We should stay with the presidential. Right. The parliamentary. Okay, me too.
So in 2020, MPP had 86,437 from Kwabri East. And this time I declined to 67,069 votes. So there's a decline of 19,368 votes. That's the decline. The Eswatini.
It's a Eswatini with how many?
19,000.
19,000 and the MPP Lucy what Kwabri East?
368.
19,368. Akufado. Let's say
and a nipa 19,000 say on the omunkoto. So now, and you see the funny thing is, we losing 19,000. You expect Senka NDC in Benya Bebe. But NDC had around 3,000 per and the previous one because they moved from 24,692 now to 27,102. So it's roughly around 3,000. It might even be less than 3,000.
Right.
And Ababeka NDC or compare 2020 to 2024. But MPP 19,000. 368 votes.
What has been the addition for the NDC?
So NDC had roughly 2,000, around 2,000.
Around 2,000. What your calculation?
2,000.
2,000 a year voter.
And drew 3,000, Papa. Around 2,000. And I call for the NDC.
Right.
It means that Omo Mubufu yeno. Omo Nkoto ama NDC.
They don't want to Omanko Trabano.
So NDC had of their vote appreciated by 2,410 votes.
So only 2,410 votes.
So now it means that they appreciated almost 10%.
Yes, almost 10%, exactly. Almost 10%.
MPP dropping more than 19,000. The Swati 19,368 votes and the Swati every MPP vote on Miao Kwabri.
Yes,
I see.
Into Kwabri is the new Biameka. But the Swati no. It's Maori.
It's Maori. It's Maori. It's what it's Maori.
It's where we see it no. But Sanka Santi region bar Abba Buma.
And will show up Baume's votes in the country. And so
ideally, I was also appreciate about 10,000 people.
Because there have been new voters.
Around 90,000.
There have been new voters. To the campus and Camp Pokrano. Came free 86,000 and 90,000.
90,000.
Then finally say NDC nya about 2,400 no. MPP so around 4,000. And the ababe come but that is not the story.
So almost declining between 20 to 25%.
Yes. So 19,000, and this should tell you say ebia Kenya say ne kwabre kwanom things omo ye bia fine.
But yes so my bi. But any na no my.
But asem ne say sa asem na wo kan no. Why how we krampa ebeto bi mutirim because kwabre for instance. Nye sure so mo to abre omo to aba kwabre nyina na te kwabre ebi tie chire.
Of course.
Abato ni duru so nya sa ahomkeka no. No ahomkeka ne say me faka akoto aba. Now this same person ye bisaw a president say
I'm not going president
for say omonto o say sa kasa. I just want to quote him right.
Quote him.
What's it quoting here?
What's it committing your audio?
Or say so the question was no your no vote threat does not frighten me. If you want to vote for the NDC, it's your matter, none of my business.
Exactly.
So say manya kwai I want to mama kasa ehunhuna. So person go to my NDC. If this comes from a president to the people, what kind of feeling and a nipa ni benya?
Right.
Oh, munya abotre. Ye guso ye kwan nkakra. Oh, ye buy na bia si e free SHS ni ye ma nkwala yi omusuku sem ebi wo mpatam ho a kasabre omu kosko metua fees. Nti ye kɔ ye nimu ai. Mudu gidie ta MPP abenchi. Ye beduru bra ma kwan no ye beye. So in this case, even if a year to the election or ye kwan na odi kante o ano say e kan plans ho na munya brema me. So that comment to some extent that was what I was saying. I was waiting for the results from Kwabri.
So are we saying say like factor the Ashanti one performance in this year's election, you know, every performance na ye blame president so akanwana downstage.
Of course, na say utie maami ano kasa sesiye. O se nyoma hodo bi a MPP ne de gu akwan mu no. Se amboa ma baomi o kan omo ho no. When timye nya problem ma go nipa ne titi when nya but checking Ignatius Bafu wa mama Ignatius Bafu wa me check Ignatius Bafu that is he's also a minister, right? Yes, also a minister on employment. Yeah, and a big fish when it comes to the Sunyani Patemo. I mean, he has a team in Swatreman any identity. So clearly you discuss the transition should have been smooth. Also, on oncophobia, they kept on saying, listen, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is campaigning against certain policies initiated by his own government. As a campaign as an opposition leader. And Hamboa, for instance, the e-levy, the betting tax. Me buy me say, San your money in Hamboa, a year. Opinion from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So let's see how things will go.
The man is
okay. Me pacho me can say NDC a press conference. Me pacho ma share. It's a for my for NDC for press conference quickly.
What has happened in this election has never happened before. This is truly unprecedented in the history of our country. So we are talking about for the first time in the history of Ghana, we can say emphatically that a political party that has won the presidency has also won at least 2/3 majority in parliament. That's never happened, and that tells you what a special political party the NDC is. But we can only be grateful to the people of Ghana for making that a reality. And President Mahama will in due course let the country appreciate that we intend to make it a very responsible majority in parliament. One that will put the well-being of the people of Ghana and the progress of the people of Ghana at the very forefront, and not one that would want to use that majority for anything that is not positive and for the well-being of Ghana. Now, let me give some details relating to the parliamentary elections. We still have a few that are not completely confirmed, but our counts shows that we're talking, as of now, of at least 185 seats that are in the NDC. 185 seats that are with the NDC. We'll see what happens with the remaining ones that are still in the toss-up category, and would make sure we cooperate with the Electoral Commission. We make sure our agents do their work diligently. We've actually sent clear instructions to our supporters to allow for the processes to happen, for there not to be any violence, no intimidation, because the evidence of the game is the pink sheet. And we've told our supporters, let's work hard. Once we secure our pink sheets, there's nothing anyone can do. Now, so 185 in the back. Now, before I go into the details of this 185, let me also say that this particular green wave that has swept the country has actually brought about the winning of seats that we've never won in our history. And when I mean never won in our history, I mean in the competitive history. Because 1992 election, as soon as MPP suffered a massive humiliation in the presidential, because that was the only election in Ghana's history that we had the presidential in November and had the parliamentary in December. Now, so after we resoundingly defeated the MPP in November, they ran away from the parliamentary in December. So, if let me just tell you that the NDC in '92 was also known as the November-December champions. November-December champions. And MPP, after suffering the November humiliation, ran away from the December humiliation, and so therefore it was virtually not as competitive. So therefore there are certain seats that we can only start classifying from 1996. Now, so from the competitive election, parliamentary election that happened from 1996, there are seats that NDC as a political party has never won. But in this election, the green wave tsunami has been able to sweep even some of those seats that are considered no-go as far as the NDC is concerned in the competitive sense. In Greater Accra, we've never won Ayawaso Central. Today, we are proud to announce that Ayawaso Central is green for the NDC. We've never won Okaikwe South. Today we are happy to announce that Okaikwe South is green. We have never won Tema West. Today we are happy to announce that Tema West is green for the NDC. We've never won Domi Kwabinya. And even though it's not finally declared, we can tell you that we know it's green for the NDC. Now, in the central region, we've never won Ewutu Senior East, known more like the Kasua area. Today, Kasua is fully green for the NDC. We have never won Asin Central. That's the Honorable Kennedy Ajipon's constituency. Never won it. Today, we are happy to tell you that Asin Central, for the first time, is green for the NDC. We've never won Sekondi constituency when competitive parliamentary elections started in Ghana. Today, Sekondi has become green. We have never won Kwesi Mintin. Today, that constituency also is green for the NDC. We have never won Esikado. Today, Esikado Ketan is green for the NDC. We've never won Takwa Nswaem in the Western region. Today, Takwa Nswaem has become green for the NDC. We have never won Sunyani East. That's J.H. Mensah's original set. Today, J.H. Mensah will be looking down and know that the green revolution, the green tsunami has truly swept even that seat that belonged to him. We have never won Sunyani West constituency. Sunyani West constituency is in the bag today and is green. We have never won Doma East. We've never won Doma Central. Those two constituencies are in the bag as well and are green. We have never won in the Asutifi North constituency has never been won. Today, we are proud to announce that that great constituency has become green as well. In the Eastern region, we've never won Nsawam Edwejri. Today, that constituency is green for the NDC. Oh, that's the Chief Whip constituency. So the green revolution, the green wave has swept and swept. Even the Chief Whip of the NPP has been swept. Has been swept. The Chief Whip has been truly whipped by the green wave. We've never won Ekwaping South. Today, Ekwaping South belongs to the green corner. We've never won Lower West Akim. Today, Lower West Akim is green. In Ashanti region, we've never won Adansi Asokwa, the constituency of Katie Hammer. Today, Adansi Asokwa is fully green. We have never won Ahafuano Southeast. Today, that is also green for the NDC. And finally, we've never won Obuasi East. Today, Obuasi East is fully green for the NDC. A few moments ago, I heard my counterpart, the General Secretary of the NPP, claim that Obuasi East has been won by the NPP. he's gotten it wrong. But you can appreciate this. This tsunami that has swept is so big that you can understand that my counterpart and his colleagues are very much still in a daze, and they are still not too sure about what really is happening. So I'm sure by tomorrow morning they will be much more calm and be able to come to the reality of what really has happened. Now, in terms of the breakdown, in regional breakdown, Volta region has all 18 constituencies green. A little anomaly happened 4 years ago, and the region decided that we will not have that anomaly anymore. So 18 out of 18 back in the green corner. In the Upper East region, 15 out of 15 green. In the Upper West region, we have 11. We have 11 in the Upper West region. In the OT region, we have 9 out of 9. In the Savannah, we've got 6 out of 7. We got 6 out of 7 in Savannah. In the Northern region, we have 11 out of 18. So the Northern region is back fully in the green corner. In the Western region, we've got 15 of the seats. 15 of the seats out of 17. That's a very strong performance in the Western region. In the Northeast, out of the 6 constituencies, we've got 3, and then we allow the Baumia to have the comfort of 3. You know, I mean, the wave has been so massive that at least there should be a little mercy on him. So the 3 constituencies are a little consolation. A little consolation for Dr. Baumia. But we said that will not last long. In the next election, we'll make sure we take all 3 from him. In the Central region, we won 18 of the seats in Central region out of 23. That's a massive performance. In Bono, we got 11 out of the 12. 11 out of the 12. So Bono is fully green. In Greater Accra, out of the 34 in Greater Accra, at the moment we have 27, but we actually are looking 28 out of 20, out of the 34. Western North, I think Western North we lost just one. Only Swaman. So effectively out of the 8, we got 7. We got 7 in the Western North. In Bono East, we actually lost just 1 as well. Bono East, we lost just 1, or at least only 1 is not yet confirmed to be with us. Only 1 is not yet confirmed to be with us. So we've actually got the remaining 10 of them in Bono East. In the Ashanti region, in the last election, we had 4 of it. We can confirm that as of today, we've got at least 8 of them in the back. 8 of them in the back. So that is the regional breakdown as far as the parliamentary contest is concerned. And as we say rightly, we're talking about a very significant majority, and a majority that we aim to use responsibly and use for the progress of the people of Ghana. Now, we also want to quickly comment on the fact that the process as far as the presidential result is concerned, we actually would urge the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, and the team to want to make sure we do not unduly delay. We know for a fact that nothing can be done about it. It's totally already in the bag. and as the presidential candidate of the NPP himself did, conceding very early. I heard again our friends on the other side make a little should I call it consolatory notes about the fact that the first time in the history of Ghana that a presidential candidate conceded so very early. We want to commend them for that. But we want to simply say that, I mean, when you have been swept with this tsunami, what else can you do, really? I mean, this green wave is so mighty, there's really very little you can do. The more you delay, the more you only make yourself look like a not very, very serious candidate. So, I mean, we appreciate the fact that they came out early to make the concession, but truly, there's very little choice that really was available. I mean, it is so comprehensive, it's so massive, there's really no other thing that really could be done. And so we want to urge the Electoral Commission that as much as we appreciate the need for there to be very thorough process, a meticulous process to ensure that the results move through the constituency coalition centers, through the regional coalition centers, to the national coalition center. The country clearly knows the deal already, and therefore we expect that as very early as possible, I mean, the final declaration will be made, and so that for the country to clearly know the final position, then our flag bearer will be in a position to address the country as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, in order to be able to let all of you appreciate the gratitude that he feels, the gratitude of the NDC, the gratitude of all the people who have voted for us for the job that has been done during this election. Now, so these are critical issues that have come in the course of in the events that since yesterday. We want to commend our officers led by our National Communication Officer, who has stood in our stead and updated you regularly as and when issues were happening. We want to thank the party chairman who addressed you earlier today regarding the calls that have been made by the Peace Council. We want to say that some of the things that have happened, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that 2 people have lost their life in this election. And those 2 happen to be people who belong again to the NDC. The same way happened in 2020. We want to say these are unfortunate things. We should not have, we should progress beyond this situation. And that has been the situation anytime NDC has been in power. We've never had a situation like that. Even Jerry Rawlings, who was a military leader, not one person ever was killed in any election, national general election in our country. So it's really unfortunate that we have a president who actually was a former attorney general, a lawyer who prides himself to be a human rights advocate, and under his watch, both in 2020 and in 2024, we would have precious blood spilled simply because of the desperation to hang on to power at all costs. We also want to say that some of the things that we've heard where supporters of the NDC have had to sometimes mass up in coalition centers because of the real situation that have happened both in 2020 and beginning of 2024. When you've heard, for example, military people who were literally in various communities trying hard to intimidate our people, situations where because of the history of what has happened, they are in complete anxiety, knowing that anything at all can happen, because in 2020, that's exactly what happened. Seats that clearly were won by the NDC before we realized all kinds of criminal things happened and results were changed, and from a position of about 145 seats that we clearly had won in 2020, it whistled all the way down to 137. So naturally, with that kind of history, you appreciate why a lot of our supporters this time around will be far, far more vigilant, would want to ensure that such a thing does not repeat itself. And we can give you that promise, and I'm sure President Mahama will be reiterating it tomorrow, that under our watch, there will be no need for one person to even what you call lose his life just because of desperation to hang on to power. So this very unfortunate thing, we hope to God that now that Nana Akufo-Addo has finally reached the sunset of what I can only describe as a disgraceful presidency, the most violent presidency in our history, a forgetful presidency. We can put this incidents of people dying on election day, on general election day behind us, and be able to move into the future with maturity, with evolution, knowing that the will of the people must be respected at all times. We do not need to kill each other simply because we want to hang on to power at all costs. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. We wanted to give you an update, especially on the situation regarding the parliamentary result, and also let you know some of the seats that are still not completely confirmed, and to let you and to assure you that even though there's such a massive two-third majority clearly that we have won, you can rest assured as a country that it will not be one that will seek to simply do things for its own sake, but one that wants to leave a legacy, one that wants to show that it is possible to fight for the people of Ghana. That is what this business has been about. And we want to again thank all of you for ensuring that the power of the people became massive and resonated in this election, so that the whole of Ghana will appreciate once and for all that power ultimately belongs to the people. Thank you very much.
Right, we shall fall. So that is the NDC4 press conference, quickly updating Ghana 4 on what they think seats are Omunya seats bebre and Omokano. And surprising to know that initially I say Western region a 13, apparently a 15. So it is 15 the NPP out of the whole Western region. Almost only 2 parliamentary seats. And the NDC were 15 parliamentary seats. So that is the information for you. Now you check Ignatius Bafwewa, Sunyani West constituency. If you for, can say, adding to the numbers of ministers are Omelusu in this year's election, Ignatius Bafwewa was also Elusu, where your employment minister is also gone, where you're gone in this year's election. It's Ignatius Bafwewa of Sunyani West. It was for
minister.
Minister of Ignatius. It was Ignatius video now already, and I can check the declaration about now. EC4 no declare NDC candidate as the winner of the election.
So NDC now is saying they've conquered Obuasi East.
I'm not too sure.
We also look at not Dompre. He's having a interview.
Another
no, stating that he won, but I'm destroy
Obuasi East. Obuasi East NDC winning. Obuasi East NDC.
No, it's confirmed.
Samuel Abuaji.
It is someone. Okay, Abasi. Samuel Abuaji. Interesting. Samuel Abuaji.
So apart from Obuasi is that was where the military incident happened. That's where the military incident happened, where their communicator.
Yeah.
I can't think far.
Only 2 military men.
But that means the promise to bring back Ash Code by John Dramani Mahama, ABR. A player part, so they will now be waiting for them.
No, because you see, Obuasi is independent candidate, we MPP no mapa.
Okay.
And MPP.
I know don't pray.
No, because Obuasi is that is why people question.
Oh, sorry.
It's only no. In Tokonomo kono, and I'm NDC in that film. And I know. Hey, Obuasi is a go question. Obuasi was the go question. I'm about to fan me. In your boss is a particular budget, but you're from and yet West. Okay, West na go kwatin. It's East na ye particular budget. It's in a Patrick Elusu. Doctor no. Yes, medical doctor. He's a medical doctor. The MP there no, I know him. Fair colored man bisa no. Yes. some medical doctor, oh, very calm, quiet man, this or some part of us and baby. Oh, right, that's a very calm demeanor. Like very accessible.
Research, you know. Of course. Maybe I'll be you or her normal power and now moment.
Wow,
I'm farmer. No.
Wow. Oh, Doc.
On Kafra.
Doc Kafra.
But how and this will lose. What's you? And to pick one particular constituency and Kade in Pinanyadi. But I heard the wind of change now.
How did they
across the nation?
Well, for now, one person we can trust. Musa Dankwa.
Of course. In fact, we've been trying to call Professor Smasapon on fan. Musa Dankwa. You have found Professor Smasapon, sir. One fan to call.
Someone of predicted runoff.
Yeah, but
what about Benefson or predicted 53%?
But Professor Smasapon was clear in his mind that this election, in fact, to quote him or paraphrase him, the 7 is more superior than any other service in Ghana. With regards to 2024 parliamentary and presidential elections. He was clear in his mind. In fact, even him, or better time will show you so. He made a point that in this election, economy will not play a factor.
Really?
Yes.
Would not play
a factor. That was Smasapon's conclusion.
He said it.
I challenge him, sir, Professor Smasapon. I don't think so. Or say, or no constituencies. He did constituency base. So, per his research, you know, constituency needs and they influencing the choice of vote for the people because it will be Saraga no. On na can attend once out na waka se kon na ye no. On na ye no kan bia ma no. Ye sit toilet bia ma no. And on na wo hwa so ya to oba no. Na ye economy no. I have my reservation. I challenge him there. Let's so when I research. Me nya bi. All I know methodology. Me nya bi. So if he says that I can't challenge him that man, but because of there be I just say a very person sanity. And they say and there it was for Akobana Sibia, Akobana
predicted 51.2.
Who's a money? He's not a credible poster. I mean, young kind of country, but Nancy has been inconsistent over the last few years. Original election say what tough for me. Fala.
Okay.
Fala. So I mean, he's very inconsistent. On wow, Ben, catch up my uncle Ben. Jai post in the year. Jai. Wow. Because I don't know, credibility. Some of us in here, because oh yes, I know man, then you are losing your credibility. You are a seasoned journalist. Some of us we grew up knowing you. Say, oh, there's a man we want to look up to. Then there will super be dibia enter ye. It's a name member the dino. It's a Ben, Uncle Ben. You said, oh. Post in the jar. In fact, this should be your last post you ever do in this country. Don't do any post again. No.
Yes. What I was saying, no, and it's one man and answer one person I've come to rely on his. I mean, prediction a lot has been Professor Smasapon.
Right.
In fact, in fact, this is the first time, at least, I mean, I've of Kaka. But so I mean, predictions is not like prophecy. So even a professor is and he probably I see say has a defect no back no say increasingly no urban population no has overshadowed the rural say we know say or you see rural population no more.
Oh, so 200 communities across the country.
But I was saying
including urban
I think probably where
Professor 75.9% vote in Ashanti region. Ashanti region 75%.
Urban factor and overrided the rural factor. You would have known, I mean, issues about finances, no. Any prizes, any doses or might play for, but I think he will look at it once again because he is a one manner. Often he has had it very right, but I mean you can.
In fact, according to Smasapon, say 276 constituencies, no.
Okay.
NPP Benjamin 128 is safe.
Okay.
you can say safe seater. Na NPP for no me fan fala. No research and account.
Okay.
And na NDC for no be 92. Parliamentary seat safe.
And you know that
it can. So let's do 92 plus 92 plus 128. So 128 plus 92 initially.
That's about 1 is 1.
So you want to do 128 plus 92. That gives you 220. Okay. Now 220 you subtract the 276 from 220 gives you 56. It's the scramble for seats will be 52 seats according to smart support.
Okay.
Because 92 and they are safe at my NDC. Now seats are NDC we near Befan Fala 92. Seats are NDC we near Befan Fala 128.
Oh, okay.
Sanokai.
Well, it is
the realities on the ground.
Obvious, realities.
So that's what I'm saying. The person we should take serious.
Yes, because consistently, he was very consistent.
So why several manafa? Now we are just one pen. That's our fine. It doesn't mean you should not. Please, your ways are so. The person we should take seriously. But if you say that you are trying to say this one because when you are in India,
so we can't take it serious. Debbie.
But don't you also think? You see, maybe that's smart.
Seriously, I think it's a bit strong.
I'm talking about in this context of discussion. Musa Danka was the person that suggested that Greater Accra will give resource a best shock people.
Right.
And Greater Accra was going to give the NDC more of a close margin. I'll bet me the margin a swamp bit with their counter Asante region.
Yeah.
He suggested that seats like Dome Kwabenya.
True.
He suggested like seats like Utu Senya East.
Yeah.
Suggestions I would do at the back.
Okay. So I mean, what you are saying is that as far as this results are concerned, although they are not
yes, because for instance, let's look at Asante region. Factors on
we are trying to cross my support, and I'm told that also make Asante.
Yes, I would love to hear from you.
We'll get to the questions. We have the conversation. Right?
According to Musa Danka, he suggested that, and this is not a suggestion. He concluded that Asante region would depend on one. Economic conditions more than the free SHS.
Significant, yes.
Now we listen to the people.
Exactly what.
And what are they saying? They are telling us about the economy.
Exactly what he predicted.
This when a prediction they had to say
it was from the Munya Buche. Yamia Domian Saka, Professor Smasapon. Ewa Humano. So Prof Akwaba Nyumbe, you're discussing research, as against what's pertaining on the ground. ABC, you owe Ghanaians an apology for misleading them in your research.
Well, Mr. Osanyumre, na child be answer wajibre anyone mumosha yen. Number one, Obiana nentiase wa research research enye nyame nkwa na onim otuna de efri nne. So in fact next year ni ebesi nyame nkwa na nim. Say obi a researcher atete mu afidi ne so say aya na sensanso na say but aya teche ni emienu. Number one, sabre no a oye hwehwemu no na o ma wahu the reflection on the grounds. Me say in my report no me try o mu say me started medjuma no 16th of October.
Right.
That was it to about 7th of December. I don't know what should be wrong if 16th October, or Mount Fuadjene, any 7th December, or Mount Fuadjene, I don't personally see what should be wrong. It's number one, and only first thing I'm person with the that. We are also the person with the and say, yeah, well, normal average is only if I'm the Bekasa. And yeah, what turnout effect model. Maybe you know the reason why I made the turnout network so I am 2020 the ebe mu pepe 100% no eno na enye turnout effect model it is the raw views as expressed by the people we me estimate turnout and do have me staff no on the national one no me de to ho no 49.1 and 45.8 ne kaka ho no o sha me de turnout to soro. What it means in the first turnout in the drew so 81.4 now me predict no. Then this outcome is expected and not likely to occur.
Oh, okay.
Bakwesi elections here actually researcher na me hwehwe mu abetuja na me assume and estimate say nipa ebe pia beto aba no ebedu ha mu ntitemu edi owotwe baako a 81.4 enye researcher na eso kokopie ko fenko fo beto aba wo e na se be pia beto aba na o pie beto aba.
Oh, I feel I'm making point, because, Mr. Hello, Prof. Oh, Prof, we've lost him.
Great.
Prof, so now we're making the point about voter turnout, and I be coffee say among from the Twabano, but
absolutely. Absolutely. And in America, say, Obia or Sham report to who said it was a turnout effect model. In fact, Obia more. Or the research by the turnout can hold. Mena, in fact, 2020, I'm meaning to say 2020, me more than one. Me, 100%, and not turn out to be a count. And to me, we know me person me turn out effect model, no. Turn out, no, reality, Babada, honestly. Ghana, first time in many years, as so in this Fourth Republic. We know about Yatua. In fact, in the estimations, the NPP as a party, in terms of registration, strongholds, they would have lost the highest number of votes. Nipa na o kana mamenche chemu ba ko bi say so we don't know what turnout effect na say. In terms of turnout effect, ene abato ya to ya President Muhammad Nkunimi no, or the voter population 6.2 million plus. And or the Nkunim. 6.2 million plus no. Sabia no nya 2020 election no. And no the emaninya 47.4% no. And so any Sanka MPP planya almost 6.5. 2020 MPP nya 6.5. And MPP here about 4.5 million. And the your friend 10 out effect no. Example panam there two way.
It's in the press. Assuming some man for pay kotoa bana. Na kebeko runoff. And your
absolutely in the report from the Tohono, what the Sanka, then at the bank 81.4, and then Kakoya close 79 point something, weight point something. And you know what it means for Ashanti region to lose 10 percentage points or more, because they are doing just about 58 to 60% turnout.
Right.
That's against 2020 there, 71%, and about 11% turnout. You know what 11% of 3-point-something million voters in Ashanti region, what it means? It's Mesre. Number one, research be anyone no more eka or china sem efrine. Asat mreno aye report no the true reflection be a person who said genuine work or not no on money constituency din na men so me laptop na me ni ru no one constituency na men chen nkro bi abi kro no kro ni so any penny from no mu din nkomo ho any kro ni so how ni ma ne be kire se obi abaha na sa ansa ipa de nipa no wa ma han ko hu da eno chi no time would definitely have to cause a change.
It's a proof in simple and short, research, a tough for me because Ghana for MP Kotwaba.
Excellently so, because there will be a report so 81.4 turnout, it is nowhere near 81 point, and definitely it was supposed to have an impact on the report I gave, especially social breakdown. Any the where Abia ne ulusu ye MPP. Bibi anko vote with me aba, everything free aba because me maject mu say. Eba ni turnout no effect nikoti anepa ebe MPP because 2026.2 million plus NDC. 2024 6.2 million plus NDC means anya je kurano NDC phone nyina pie koto aba ta ne de kasa no
yeah
na NPP for so yes 6.7 million 2020 na omu yes 4.5 million na clearly before us the low turnout effect no equity MPP and the MPP is still not expected to get the 49.1 na me predict here no and surprisingly or interestingly or politics mono amano wo enya enkoka ewiemo eko ni papo no.
Of course.
So all the loss in percentages that dropped MPP from 49.1 na me predict here based on turnout down to baby Moses here no. Uncle sincerely it was definitely going to add to the NDC's percentage.
But Prof, obviously, like you said, I mean, if this was truly the reflection in your research, you know, you'd have been able to establish, you say, a month from Kokotoaba. Now you have factored into your report and also into your research. Did it ever come up once in the research and you say, a month from Kokotoaba, and if it came up, what was factored into the report?
In fact, maybe 10 out of my predictor, you know. That 81.4 because of Nkoma mene oman for no age. In fact, Nkofo Kase Omun Kotwaba, now they were just about 19%.
I see.
And that is it with the sample. And no researcher was going to assume that on December 7th, people will not go and vote. No researcher will do that assumption. We are assuming that everybody will be encouraged to go and vote. Parties one especially no play kunyano na assumption and say obi aba ko peja ne nkrofo asho mun crime mu mapia koto aba. That was the most reasonable or simplest assumption. Many researcher crowd assume you say obi nkoto aba dey say we so ntimi nya prediction bia because yen two aba na then had the prediction no. It is the assumption for all of us. Obi o research bia will tell you say obi beka koto aba.
I see.
And then that was the estimate I gave.
It's a Prof. What's your figures here, by even here in Ashanti, and for me, looking at your research, we'll make a point to say 128 seats, a safe my MPP.
Good.
And a 92 seats, yes, safe my NDC.
Good.
But looking at the outcome, no, are you shocked and surprised? Say with NDC having almost about 180 parliamentary seats across the country.
Yes. I think say you more NDC for Abaso.
Right.
I mean, and Faho said me predict 128 seats safe. Na manesa. Say bebanesa say manesa no. NDC has demonstrated say with hard work you can even cross near any wall. Emana abewo dia. Check the constituencies in question. Professor Smasap on the predictor, yeah. Some of the constituencies they are winning, I mean, we're not yes. Maybe we hold no the abitan so much pain. For no babies are not just say pain. But baby hold no so these seats have never been yes.
Yeah.
You see, it tells you how the so. When was the first time you hosted Miami no United that year? Samuel Kujato. When was the first time since you came to Oyerepa?
Yeah.
The first time was after I released my research report.
True.
The invasion and penning for NDC. Everybody go as anti-memo after my report in the buyer. Maybe I know more for say, oh, I have a fair But that's not some report in the buyer. And not from Sao. And so they came to reinforce whatever strategy they had so they can conquer. And I make us a research back. That's October 16th. You will November 16th. Over October 16th, over November 16th, you have more than a month to election. I don't know. Be again and say Nipano or for research is serious. No swan asnas in penny phone never go anti-memo. In fact, I am here interviews be aside the research and I can tell you how many penny for where you call na we ba. Constance no mu bia no muja na watrasa. They invaded and invaded and invaded. Maybe imagine mu the who outcome na aba no. Obi ana na agye ne say research cassette we are. Ukoto abo, wankoto abo. Nya research and predict here na bebem no. That would have been a strange thinking.
I see.
So also na obi so agye ne say research cassette we are. Uye Juma, Opa Crack or Dawye Juma, 1 year Juma, Ufra from Crawford, 1 from Crawford, who intensify campaign, who intensify you, Ubenya. I mean, those people will only sit and come and blame the researcher, when rather research in first one can de say, and my feedback, it's also the show them towards the elections.
Now, Prof, one last thing I'm reading, so bet me up the media, but you see, there are other researchers predicting almost what is happening today.
Yeah.
Let me say, if they could get it right, you could have gotten it right. It's what they probably no mistake room.
Okay, meaning so original breakdown no. The mistake I want me DM mediatum the turnout effect model. So you turn out no to China for Ashanti region, the percentage is not striking, you know. For all the other regions, region 1 to 16, what's the central? President Mahama Bedi kind 52 points, I think 4 or 6%. We have the report in the best and do.
Right.
This all will be a
breakdown.
And Vice President and MPP running meeting, so also no benya 44 point something, 44.6 or something. And I make a say, these are percentages.
Right.
What are the values of the percentages? Should turnout becomes A, should turnout becomes B, because I mean a turnout-driven elections. In fact, now they try to even buttress the existing literature first. The turnout to no back from where ya incumbent suffer. It was scenario 1, it was scenario 2. Here, my national report near that scenario 1 as also a best scenario BB. As you reduce the turnout, you see the incumbent suffering. We increase the turnout, that's why you see something different. See, I thought that to be something new. 2020, I have tried without turnout effect, meaning 100%. 2024, I am improving knowledge. And at the Biamid me inform a research in Massa, Sabio, maybe I want to generate knowledge. See, if I have to admit to a certain mistake, the introduction of the concept of turnout. But the normal average is there. When you add the things already there, who say nominally no, the in fact turnout to be Anka. President Mahama was supposed to lead by 52 point something. Maybe it is an existing document you have. Now, after Vice President MPP flag bearer and Swenya, I think 44 point something. Maybe it's a full corner. I'm there. I say measure the amount.
No problem.
The nominal one, I am sure, are the ones that people put out.
Okay.
I could have put out that same nominal one, but I was driving a turnout driven Adi. And the lesson I would have learned is that the nominal one is enough. You don't have to do a turnout effect model. If you ask me on your show, I mean, this is a very free academic conversation we are having.
Yeah.
I think this will be my response to that. Nobody should discount turnout and say, because Asmat said this, and so turnout or no turnout, he owes us an apology.
I see.
Seriously, obey Juma Shemis, I said, go and mobilize people to come and vote. You can today hold me responsible. Minimobia. Many of us, my father is next question. Minimobia, me want and you send them a voice message. Or say, Ajima, any day minimum, Ajima, baby, also a nursing training college or baby, me most go reading. Now, who say party backo? And the bass say Franco for, but Kumasi Franco for, but in Kofonati Kumasi, you strange voters, but they are helping them come and vote. Now, Australia minim party bakumusu penny biala, also baby amomana, who friend, they are about 158 or so. Me pakona friend also voice, and also make your voice now as here. And to me, one more minimum says, more friends and Kokuma to about no be a friend say, Bassy cop, na party, if one election and go for. Almost party before no one. I can send you with their names and contact numbers. When I push to people that I knew could help, so Mamwa, the people and as a money than FM reviews and the say, you'll be a man with fire, a banana and two. And of course, meaning to Bianca and Nabibi. So please, the easiest thing for you to do is to blame somebody else for the actuals that happened. But researcher BIA is available to assess the difference between the predicted and the actual and assign the reasons that may cause the difference. That is exactly what I am doing.
Right, Prof. That's it. Oh, question about Prof.
Prof, in actual sense, based on the kind of results, Nebana, are you a bit surprised with in terms of parliamentary, in terms of a presidential, based on research, and all other factors considered?
Good. And so let me try. I admit it to some of the shocks that has come in the parliamentary. For me, let me just say, Bono, for example, let me admit that there are about 5 or 6 regions that me graph now upper west, upper east, OT Volta. These 4 regions have 0.00000 safe seats for the NPP.
Okay.
So in my estimation of 128, there was no constituency from upper west, no constituency from upper east, no constituency from OT and Volta.
Okay.
A band of battlegrounds, and some constituencies in these 5 regions were, up and possible winnable by any of the 2 parties. But in terms of states, there was none. And for those 5 regions, 0.000. For me, I think it is a confirmation that if they are amount for no call into the battle, because if the NAB knew my MPP, but the battle was also overtaken by the NDC. And check the records already. Now in these regions, NDC was already dominating that. These are very green regions. And now the region they're shocking me. I must admit on your show, because my findings were that Omanya 7 constituencies. The remaining 12 into 7, let's just 5. The remaining 5, were going to be either for the NDC or in the battle to be grappled with. And in fact, surprisingly, two be like 5 in the Hono. Now it included Sunyani West and Sunyani East. And me say Sunyani West lose the NDC. Exactly. Sunyani East is lose the NDC. And Yemen because even out of my research, I realized that the 2 seats were currently not safe. But so far, Brekum East and West, Ufana Doma East and Central. In fact, for me, it is a shock because my findings didn't suggest that NPP were going to lose. But the actual have come. They have lost. Memory report, said I'm kind of from October 16th to December 7th, dear. Unless you just want to sit down, fold your arms, and come and blame Professor Matapon, you would have known that from October 16th to December 7th, you need to rather work hard and not to say, me Jumo, a man for the 2, a man for a 2. Maybe you need because Professor Matapon said so. Last example, Eastern region, baby, I remember to Maba. Me too, baby, and I'm so my main change here near Kosovo, baby, I can. Me could do, baby. No voters are supposed to vote. Now you're 500 and something, 578 or so. Can you imagine someone at 5 o'clock? I know Mubabe close to me. Then you pass 78 now to Aba. Over 500 people at that polling station did not come to vote. Now, in fact, according to Nkomam, did want to protest. Almost we have Bibi, Maya, and 2 for Ibian and Penyampa, and this was an area, and Canipan Cotonum 100, MPP and MPP Betmania baby, and 90. And I believe you know Eastern region and how they vote and process. If in your strongholds, Eastern and Ashanti, you are losing in terms of turnout. I think that this cannot be blamed on a research. This is not a research that has stopped. This is a research that implementers of the knowledge that was generated sat to watch themselves, and it was a competition in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
One you manage will be there or and it is not to be interpreted to me as a research car.
Casting stone.
And to me,
Prof. Medasi. Professor Masapon, I have found any Sunday. Many of them. You say, yeah, period documents in it.
We have him one.
Hopefully next week, we are available. 1-on-1. in detail. But that's and then
very well.
That's Professor Smasapon of Chad there at Kumasi Technical University. No,
yes, I had wanted to ask Prof.
Oh, that was a Prof question.
I mean, or the criteria now or the assessment
methodology, no.
In fact, I mean, or group, I mean, or factor, I mean, a population no unite together. And answer ultimately segregate you. Sometimes we bit must segregate. I mean, ebusa urban population, different questions.
Than the rural population. Okay.
Because be sensitivity analysis.
Right.
I mean, in fact, obia or no what rural area no. I mean, maybe a toilet and so might be more relevant to him than.
I think there is segregation based on the community. Okay. From what you are saying, sensitivity, theory, you know. So he made a point. Say, what baby, no. They look at the things, immediate surroundings. Na by na yama nyomu here and no just that common. So I am sure the segregation came in.
Very good.
It wasn't a generic question. It wasn't a generic question.
Factors to do with ABR, prices of goods and service, inflation. I mean those baba cons and one of the prices no beba say before but also I think he has done a good job.
But the point is quite simple. What we need to establish a prophecy.
Yes,
he still maintains his say the research is credible. The only reason I'm on the research I need you is because voter turnout a low. I'm for Babontin ever too bad yeah. Like reflect your client.
But his own is to some extent is better. At least on one predicted straight win for the
of course, one predicted straight win for the
went in for a runoff.
He went in for a runoff.
To some extent, right. I'll bet me I'm breaking it down, man, some space,
exactly.
Or predicted a runoff.
That's the
But at the end of the day, no, Nipa will break crowns and got to in the stronger of the MPP.
Exactly.
Runoff Nanka will push for an NTB. But the issue comes to the parliamentary. The issue comes to the parliamentary.
Right.
Just like he's talking about.
But is still about coming out to vote. And he made the point, say, NDC maintaining on my numbers. But MPP couldn't maintain their numbers.
So,
that's
an issue with the parliamentary.
The same point is making.
Parliamentary based on constituencies.
True.
So for you to decide that constituency A is voting for MPP, it means that we consider all factors within the constituency. And we're speaking to them. And the and run it through. So at least you should have seen the warnings in some of these constituencies. That's why because also say all Cambono out of the 12 regions, he's predicted 7 for the MPP are safe.
Yeah.
And now they Sunyani West and Sunyani East account said these are battlegrounds.
Yeah, battleground.
Ignatius Bafwe Elusu. So it means that on that occasion he takes the credit. But when you switch the coin to the other side, it means that he underperformed in other places. He did not get it right. I think I would love when he sends us the breakdown. We'll give him credit for these places. But one thing is why you can't take away from Prof is that on say any penina Nigeria dey to muntem.
Of course.
Wajia to say some areas are shocking.
Exactly.
Wajia to say the method no use you know. He tried the initial one and went a step further to include total votes. One far turnout expectations are the anchor. So in this case, he believes that send no did say ni paboko akoton
and side no one on the point
and numbers no.
Exactly.
It's moving forward. I think we'll probably get time.
With a prognosis in better going forward. But person be beautiful like a match.
Yeah.
About the brain side now. But I have one last question to ask Doc. Maybe send answer.
Turnout effects now. Right. Explanation Professor Smasapon the man. I mean, I'm convinced. So the point is, findings are onya or them reported by a party engagement are only illiterate in a year and not them findings or the bay. But researching and so on, once and what one sir, the work acquire research.
Right.
Based on and no push one to do a research going into an election. And I believe the in IHB. nkrofo di nkomo oh NPP na NDC na they are the same o fi di abraba to na yi na no aha me gizi de huna why dem research no the very moment e bo de nkrofo li di nkomo bi o te dam no then o dey hu de oba affect oye voter turnout.
Exactly.
Oba affect voter, so I'm quite surprised there what research you know properly you know one for I'm saying then anka home no one year research in there based on them engagement on voter turnout in you know and had this year's election because at the end of the day them are prof nankasa keno 1 year and my political parties in one there this is what is going to happen and like he said awa ebe taken serious aye ho adwuma no na ebenya the result research no or the bro nje aye ni nyina ewie na yentuma anya research on how turnout effect is going to be na political parties no and work on it there na chere report this particular one no incomplete.
So that is your view. I mean that's okay, but the point has been made clear. Let's be fair to the prof.
Yeah, of course. His one is better. His one is far better than the
next. He made his point. I mean, let's be fair to him. Say, not the end. He still insisting that researching was accurate. I mean, but for tenants. But for tenant,
that one is true.
I'm for
that's true.
I can research but tenant, the research so that is
the owners research on the parties.
On the party, of course. Exactly. So on the flip side, he made a point about NDC, and I agree. Say. The last 2 weeks of the campaign, NDC invaded Ashanti region.
Massive.
Me on my show, we will see a number of NDC people. And for the first time, so no kind of was on my show.
Yeah.
For the first time. I can't say maybe end of 2 months for some stop on there.
Yeah, you fire. And as a so far, I said you're kind of
but you could to kind of but Thomas made a point say 10 out of Dr. Pepa and then the call for the Kasai and I can go to Abadia. Like I don't reflect the runoff for them. That's the point he's making. So
let's more kind. I gain weight. Say he's an MPP communicator and he's just working as a researcher for that it is possible to
that one is
so can also
let's not get into
you can't
I don't want us to get there. Again, Prof Barbie show last week.
Okay.
And there were things about Prof that I wanted him to answer. We are not as to whether I'm share or not, we're convinced or not, is a different matter. There is dog academic pictures. Our more commercial thinker university. What I'll charge. Smart Sapon, according to the group, almost Kasama MPP, almost NDP we need to for election. And when they were listening members of the group, doctor, at the time a doctor, now Professor Smart Sapon, then they did echo. Dr. Edmond Pepper, hey, they didn't ever listen to the movie, and he won't deny it. My problem makes the point that it is not true, so as our group. It is as to whether you believe it or not, it's your matter. But the story has come, so Okasa group no one, Omokasema MPP, Omopese MB, Omobota, say, though they are not communicating on the party, but they are an academic group. Their vision is that Omama MPP. Breaking 18.
They believe in the policies.
They believe in the policies of the MPP. So of course, I mean,
and these are people they know what is going on.
Exactly.
So they will analyze both parties. Look at the policies of both parties, the ability of both parties to execute their policies, and they're very important. Make me like I said, nepa out to we see from to range over amount. So transfer So these are people they will analyze it. If someone analyze it, who say. MPP is the best option for Ghanaians.
Exactly.
So I don't have a problem with this.
Because of that, and research and there were some sort of
doubt,
questionable, sentiment around the research. That's the problem. But say, one Kasa group, people are insisting say, MPP communicator, just say, oftentimes even Hopes and I alleged on my show again.
Yes, Hopes also said it.
Or MPP communicators meeting or couple of Masapo. I'm a hopes and challenge for us. So say Oboa on soon or court. Even I forgot, I should have asked him the question. I forgot. But Oba, may just about next week. Oba, I'll ask him that question. It's about the question report now, you know. And then you see, and then now a lend credence to some insomniac guy say research is sabi. Maybe now share kukum and I'll call but as we share kukum, so on share kukum no. The point must be established. A prophecy research and baby because a man for
it's very true.
It's like a man for Kotraba dear. Like the research, you know, it
takes us to Musa Dankwa.
It takes us to Musa Dankwa.
Yeah. It looks like Musa rather had his own right.
Right.
Musa had his own right based on the also airing or the Tuda. Obenya be wrong, but on no predicted. Let me look at.
I think 51.
Predicted 52.2%.
Okay.
For the NDC and 41.4% for Dr. Mahmoud Baumi, and parliamentary also using the MRP model. Mr. Dokubeboy, I'll click on and also NDC befa the majority in parliament, 150 seats.
Right.
50 seats. 150 seats. And a 99 for the MPP. This is the OGD say safe seat. And also toss up near 26.
And so
the toss up means
150 now to toss up right battleground.
Means that battleground
and I can also be halved.
It can be halved. It can be more, it can be less. And he predicted one independent independent. That means if you are battlegrounds or no. And an independent beat me raw. It's meaning
that's Goma Central.
Meaning based on his MRP model, it means that there was a possibility that NDC beat me more than the 150.
Exactly.
But the 150 they are not safe
seat.
And the safe MPP so they are 99. And you see why I'm giving him credit. Prof, when this particular research appeared, it was surprising. For anybody to have the confidence, say many nipa kasa edu level say NDC ba benya 150 seats. 50 near the ono maje or Jesus maje ato. 26 bi wo ha. Omo sa akwa prayer sa ba beje aka.
Betimi ajimu be
20 bia ba be ka ho. Na nya de a odwuna out here say to predict 41% for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. MPP from 2000 2004, 2008, Eba. Omanya de Chrome 45 up. And there will be a team of both parties. Both parties were 45.
It was a abysmal performance of the MPP.
Even no. I mean, in fact, MPP anytime no more about 47% be that.
It is so
Omanya campaign crowded the whole.
And what the time about so be benya kukudura kase. A free 47 or 45 no. And now they've even Omakofa Ubie free the north from the Zongo area, which is the stronghold of the NDC.
Because one of the arguments the MPP guys made was that Baumia Ebano Zongo vote no MPP.
But now we have confidence. 41.4%. It means that there was something special for now on this particular research, not on previous ones. Why? But on this particular research, it looks like we need to get Musa Dankwa and his global info analytics for them to break
within the week, you know, but I wish I I want us to so Prof was sending me breakdowns.
Okay.
And what shall me boss say or show so good. Then we can discuss that.
He was explaining to people.
It's you know was sending me all the documents, you know. It's you know because he must defend it. And yes, I'm out for that. I'm winning them. No, because I'm winning them.
Quick,
but I said this is my last question. Yeah,
but the
question I
just wanted to say so. In fact, assumptions has been debunked.
Good.
Assumptions say be obi say one campaign crowd no now things are showing clearly say you're wrong.
Right.
It depends on
your hard work.
Your hard work.
Exactly.
Your hard work. And my party be including my own party say from henceforth no me and fan say team say 47 be in fact ogo one you can come to 30
you can come to 30 you know yeah but Bibisa what is the future of Bawumia in the NPP
the future no in fact
party no we are sure somebody representing in 2028
now it's too early to predict say betimi are presenting and I say
why humbling
yes
any sobering we are sure say if party presented Bawumia you won't go through the same experience.
I think that's a fantastic, gentleman, but it should not be only him. So that's another opportunity, but it should be MPP, a Democratic Party. Yeah, me, or interest or be champion the cause of the party. Be a man open.
The man is be aware after 2018, Akufo-Addo became the automatic leader of the NPP where. Consistently, the party in that throw their weight behind it.
What I'm saying
in an election.
You follow the constitution,
right?
The constitution of the party,
right?
Next time, presidential primaries, Yema will be an equal and fair chance. Who be win? I mean, yes support. We should not say be a week on the other time. Enti yen kukumano, and now say yemfa we may overtaking there be. Yema, I mean democracy no nyejuma. Say no, mommy any data no near reflect, but a lot will also depend on him.
On why,
Dr. Bawumia?
Yes.
So I say I mean depending at the end.
So I mean, some people are able to bounce back.
Right.
Some are not. I mean, able to. It depends on no answer or better no personal introspection. You see, but Bible says na onipa nso ne ho hwe ansa na wanom kruwe ya no. Until he will have to do all that and then decide say obesa amba na say o my ono a.
But do you think say if the party decides from the Bawumia back, would this still be the best choice for you in 2028?
So Paka Yemma data Yemma data and then we should analyze it. I believe it will be an open contest.
Good. But what do you believe? Say if the party agrees, even though the open contest, we think that Bawumia is a solid guy or said the
I believe
that is the right thing.
Number one, let's build on our stronghold. Right. Say if you feel say Ashanti and you will strong build on it. Do everything to convince people. Say I mean this is your strong. Then it is only then that you can go out to get more.
Okay.
Own build stronghold. That is it. Consolidation
within your stronghold.
What can you do?
It's weird.
You see the best person to or not.
Then you go not okay. That's it. But
I see about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Basso.
Oh yes.
For the concession speech.
Yes.
Yeah. That because we had tension enough from Enrenumre. I think that decision from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia
quieted down everything.
It was solid. It was body from
I think we show statesmanship.
Yes,
solid. I should say the country first. I've also seen a video where he was telling one of his fans that listen, there is life after this. Just calm down.
Right now,
and was showing the different side of Bawumia and him.
Yes,
because the posture of the MPP and the Bawumia kakre, confirm the any emu biatia fan also. The man is quite different from the other group, no.
The other group,
other group now.
Other group.
Madam for Eugene a Tycom. Madam for Eugene a Tycom.
I'll mention he's a fantastic gentleman. Near why a show magnanimity and then a serious sense of maturity. I hope some politicians emulate this with me sure say adding more credit on one and credit the scoring system add some to his Ghana card
but say on him there more years and Dr. Bawumia has no other option than to go about things to them Morocco.
He has more years. He could have delayed it up to even now.
Even tomorrow morning. Even tomorrow morning.
Just like prophecy, commit me a delay because tomorrow morning
it's only one full region.
But on what say call for on the ground.
The polling station
and the results are there. And our shares our results and corner side. There's no need say yeah.
So when John answer results now.
Woman say the Ghana for and you may. Ghana for you say no more but good evening. Oyerepa na menka say Amasama na follow to the NDC. NDC winning Amasama. Okay, but your first and everything. Okay, you tell right.
And now me say we no it our by election na e court we just na you thank you baba. It's MPP for every kind of one day wabla or call you a bit plow mochi. Maybe you food to staff when you could almost. It is not a son can see as you would see and yes, and the BBC was anti-member. This is Odia Fra, Mutuma Dini, Mutuma Musho MPP. A son can see a Boba.
Okay.
MPP for one year.
Then Mate. But I say, we don't see us. We can't say we take. I'm take us. Hello, good morning. Hey, good evening. What? Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
But your first and everything.
I shall make us free.
Why it you?
I'm not on the minute tobacco pet. Me do advance now.
Okay, it's a minute.
Now, open get it. Maybe the election and if you are losing the limits of one day, you want one. The reason why say one, I say, you come on my battle. Say, a combatant, a bandit, a cunyaso, not any time of some war. Taking an issue, Emma, because me battle with you.
Yet you, Bonito.
No, winning. A combatant, a bandit, a cunyaso, and no man could ye, not a word draw. Abana times and say, not ABC no to one show no correcting the mistakes that we say we position this and our year day. And this I want the more idea, Tama and the better bay. Well, the view are not to be doing Koyano.
Because we in this
but end of the day, no, then can you tell one no this let's say ABA or correcting or mistakes.
Medasi. I'm next corner. So what do you make of election? But John Mahama, we don't say one no and January 7. The best 20 in. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
About your first and everything.
Hello.
About your first and everything.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Your first and everything. But you.
Maybe the Kenyan say Dr. Mahmoud Bamia or one modern.
Right.
The Kenyan say Ocean Holding if you be one of them. Maybe the Kenya Bakwa Mr. Can say, in fact, he had not for the MP4 or Mafia, but I think I can't be enough on my day of the illusion. So the media Makona kind say, the Bia Sahano, I want to so much chance allowance, not good for nothing. Yes, expect. Which will become a. When you only spend 9 months in the business, you about 9 months. If you are about free, why never do you can I am I? So, don't take a moment of this. You can my and family idea. You are about to. You should not go for to see and bring it back to us. So, by the way, we move the next week. Or we go next time. No,
come down, Mate. I'm in finance corner. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. What's your voice and everything?
Your father Thomas from Cape Coast.
Great, you too.
Yeah, me, Uncle, Dr. Brown, Uncle, me, Martin, some more 2 but
the time I don't do what you have, not only a campaign that in the payment to me, the platform, so also the mama account quite a pancake, no, the number. Go quite a pancake, go say, no, let's if you had the banana will go. Who's done a man, my husband, or you know, all like all kinds of me and we and I to be there. And I said, Dr. Brown, I don't know here, no, or the joke or that from I don't know, into Miss Mimo, so joker, into the two.
I see. You're no man to tear a bomb. Yeah. Melcones Corner, hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Moya dear.
Yamia Dom, ye and I away for an African.
But your friend was here, aka JM
by it you.
Yeah, the Yamian Papa for Wakasa. Radio, the second independence. Now, Copa, what do you think? What's my call? If you're the Yamian Papa. Hello?
Okay, meet you, Pa, meet you.
Aha. They still say, I can't say, so no one say, or make you be arguing. A draw, that they are not a more commission from the people. And no cranny, I'm almost show down the PM. And from one of the from the body, I'm more pine, El Vigilante.
And I'm asking, where is Napo? Where is Napo? Because not Bamia concession speech, not Napo was in there. With the Ashanti, no Ashanti region, right? Not the constituency, monetary issues. Okay. I'm in for this corner. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, I was here for some everything.
Because you're offensive.
Offensive, but you're in me.
Because you, Dr. Baumba, me, I idea.
Right.
And beautiful, na idea about what the sanity. No, my back, so they ask you about it. The bumper is in your memory from Namia. That's 4 years no. The power of the other come on.
Mate.
Now, I turn out to come out and want to say, some old you know about you, my idea.
Right.
But I said, you can't fulfill the pound. Day before the election, I'm a TV. Now, almost you see people who are the former police.
Yeah. Oh, when's when you so? Okay, for just 3 more calls. Not your up and you marry. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Pastor. I say.
Me patcho me hoye first and everything.
Pastor, I me actually because I feel commercial.
Great, I enjoy it you.
The patcho me so one thing I miss man to say about the turnout. SDF for is about normal because my family members most of them are SDF for. You catch yourself about no more months and Bamba didn't go and vote.
Okay, na SDF for number 2 MPP na. Sir.
Yes, they didn't go and vote.
I don't have a problem not going to vote, but the point is SDF for no. Not number 2 MPP. That's the point.
That's right.
Okay. Now we are easy.
Yes.
We are easy.
Yes.
It's not going to be MPP.
Maybe I voted. That's for me.
Now we are easy. No vote here. There. I don't know. Go for be easy. I'm going to vote.
I say, or some of one say, "Born in Omega."
I saw for one can't show you as a man who vote.
From the start, no. From the start, no. So the petition by saying,
Exactly.
For Monday, but almost change. I know almost one thing. Almost so few then they will not vote.
Okay, Mate. But to be fair to a year SDA church, communicate on the ban, or man can't say, they never said that.
I think they
yes, see. You see, a point them can I talk trouble. What person for trouble or trouble? What person would you home here observe home do that? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Pastor first and everything.
The pastor friend is was Kasefri Moro Market.
Okay, it's you, Minia.
You. The pastor Miss Massamine say. Abanu Lusu Yano. MVP Abana Lusu Yano. Hello?
It's you, Pa, it's you.
MVP Abana Lusu Yano. Adia Wumpa, ni delegate Noa. Bia so mo kotwa ba wo mu gisika kesi ansa no makwa kotwo yeso na ye wo mu kotwo eji nipa na ba ye ne etu ni ye to aba no
at the money panel parliament one mono. Yes, you yashi free one more. In Timosha, be a yard, I didn't free delegate in this Cacassia. Mean, will you give 200 million when your TV was saying, Yama Biblis. I see. Mimi kwa madam kwa tu maba menari. Besapia mnyam ke kana sa boy. Masa na okay dia jeze. When you been na complain, when you bianca on complaining. Nya o kana. You bianca min complaining wo ho. Ah, you say na o kana sa na episode. When you been na o when you bianca on complaining. Omunya sa dia ne je. Omunya sa dia ne je wo fini. Mate. Mamefa last call no na fe ye wrap up and and this is our coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election in Ghana. Hello, good evening.
Papa, no, I'm Canada and Gomeka. As a contractor, you find accountant. What the contractor now for? Name my accountant, Papa, no, I'm Canada. The idea I'm before Elusua Banese. More now yet the now we defend it. Now defend one can now. What can ya? And keep your number society. Yeah, and keep us a manuka. You organize the Buddha said, a Juma Bay, and a year or NDP Bemo. Yancy. Now, and Jamisa and Comano. And the Abasa Yakazan and the Yao News Funakazo. And when Abasano, Yakwatesi, as a son of money. Yeah, I'm young with that. So people want you to soon as you did now. Young one, you know, if anybody was there, and I'm a banuko, Providia, Abanunu, and a correct. Yaman now, and it's Dawino, and Nimuna, and where SK Bullets. Yamana, Mate, SK, Medasi, that's SK Bullets, but basically, National Peace Council at the statement about CSR. The National Peace Council continued to speak with multiple stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission, on the timeline for results declaration. We understand the expectation of political party supporters for the EC to declare the national results and the outstanding constituency results quickly. However, the delivery of a national election is a significant undertaking for any electoral management body. In light of the concession by His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the acceptance of the concession by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we plead for patience to allow the EC space to follow due process to ensure that Ghana's democratic rules are rigorously observed within the 72-hour time frame promised by the EC. It is in the interest of all political parties that the EC is as meticulous as possible and declares an accurate result, an accurate election result. Now, Peace Council for Air Canada. I see Yama is in the pine, money and the Juma is in the share box. It's 72 hours, on the results in the we have done 24 hours. Within 24 hours. We've done 24 hours. I say we've done still no more than more from Massa. You can't blame them because NDC for good collection center preventing them from collecting the result. How then do they collect the result? How did the NDC and the MPP get the results? A polling station basis. And polling station when they declare. It's a declare. No, but by the law, they saw the back collection center. A law that the political parties are currently in the 21st century. The EC is in the 18th century. Unless you're because you have many law, from polling station basis and not at the provincial level. The law is being guided exactly by law. You talk about them at the right time. It's guided by CI 127. Exactly, that's the law. No, we have the problem, but the point is. The fast track and I say, and so some politicians. Dr. Mahmoud Dr. Mahmoud. Oh, yeah. Because if not for that, tension and at this time, get tension. Right, it was for I had a day election coverage, in Besido in the court. Of final words, where we be supporters in Ghana for you now.
MPP a strong and resilient party.
Right.
I mean, in fact, two
like that. Strong and resilient party.
Opposition, but you bounce back.
We stage the comeback.
And you know, I mean, you lose election clearly, but we have not lost the party. And you know, I mean, we should regroup and then re-energize our base. Now, I mean, you move on. The future is very bright. In 4 years, I mean, we will be a very credible party.
And a formidable party,
formidable.
Right.
We can do anything within the next 4 years.
Mati.
Yes.
But that's agreeable. What's the region? What's the region there? 15-2.
I agree.
15-2.
Western United.
15-2. Make a 15-2. What is the constituencies?
17.
NDC 15 and NPP. Exactly. Right.
Young boy, you know, and that's them I say over the council. Yeah, more Dr. Mahmoud Baomi and Abad. Why are the in fact, and I'm on two to pain, 1 man tensions, you know, hair oracle foam now. The na Ghana for Yankai and who there, year to our baby, we have a nation to develop. Now, in our Yentinasum, Jim and I in developing, but Yamebo watching don't try you this time and declare. Says he declare we are wanna will be jubilating 1 year a bit careful. Now one hundred day. Now my and one so when we want us today a juma done when you know some. A juma or done when you know. Or so
come and disappoint.
Oh, Debbie. No. Or there. It's a Asha Bode, a bayani Ghana for the, you know. Yende and a yende, it's a phone after phone. So, yenda one I say, when you need to come.
I think, Dr. Mahmoud Baomi, I still want to give him credit for that decision. Great. Me sure say be internally, and you be in support of it. But taking that decision was positive. And no pane bantem. Before 12,
8-9,
yes, and I come on your down because not tension, not a build. It's a NDC fan and our support and no good coalition center. And I want to say, Dr. Mahmoud Baomi, I just say, we lose chances of Kofi no so. Ntinema more feeling so meka.
Exactly.
So yambo Dr. Mahmoud Baomi about so, but the NDC should know something. 4 years ago, after see a 12 and we na results no na eswate. Compared to a year 2016, no, people were telling the MPP to be careful. That was the caution. Message. That was the warning signal. Now, the second coming of everybody is deadly and it's dangerous. It should be dangerous positively.
Right.
And yes, almost exit, no, a better massacre than this one. They have issues like Galamsey to deal with. Right. You might think say Galamsey, you know, and play a part. But when the researchers get down, normal starting in for Kasa, you hear issues of Galamsey, issue of e-levy and the betting tax, which he made mention, say Obe fix it. People are waiting to see that. So Obe, the 24-hour economy, amount for say it's not possible. And yeah, dear, almost expect first year now, but by 4 years time, I bet to abano. Not 24 hours economy, no, 24-hour economy, no. Watch it, so yeah. And again, that operation will cover all
loot, you know. Operation will cover all loot.
People are waiting for it.
Okay, and
yeah, people are waiting. People are waiting for it. People want to see the various scandals of course within this MPP government. They want to see action. So from the special prosecutor down to everything. I'm not supposed to say, "Na propaganda na mo ke cartoon call for so." And I indeed go for Ghana Sika. Right. And again, the economy. The economy.
Well, I think that largely the economy is based on our history. Anytime we call IMF, the first 2 years, and I said, time I want IMF to be a boy brave. So the economy becomes a bit better. And when I became before into my in 2016, you call IMF. Mahama, when you have just one tranche of the 3 tranches, all the other 2 tranches they're buying is the reason 2017, 2018 economy seemingly was doing well. And yet because of any magical one the beer about for the wavy at the time. But it was because the core IMF to kind of buy and a boy bray. And again, go and check. Okabe say you free IMF on a pet. We do an extension. You free Munopan a chassis. Say you're reckless boring. And a sa economists a 1 year sa intia and the end. It's Mahama so ebe. And Mahama, there are two things that work for Mahama. Say, not by no, if they are smart enough, they can work it to advantage. Nedi can. They say in trouble say be because they are called death suspension.
So it's suspended.
China, Japan, Germany, France. Say okay, this year into ya, next year into ya, next 2 years into ya, start paying it from 2027. And in this time, there is a window of opportunity for John Mahama to now use it to do something. In this administration, nobody is smart enough. This is the time. Plus, IMF Sika Emma economy third tranche number. Third tranche number 4-5 days ago. Only team did third tranche because I was able to prepare handing over notes, but yet transition. Now we jebi. So the next government will come and continue with it. Don't team did I know. And I saw a Canadian win on the wall. In Jungle Bar, no so we no year. Ebia. That's why I'm using the word. If they are smart, they will be high kaka. But Omoba, that's what made this and dia. And it was for the same Kojo, sir, and the Bayer. It's this is where we end our live coverage, on the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. Because I'm for dashboard, mami. They share figures about so far as the parliamentary elections are concerned. You will say John Mahama has taken the lead. NDC for SC Omonia 188. What do we have? Because we are dealing with the EC directly. And what's your Ghana map now? It's here, maybe a green, maybe a blue. So, it's here now, NDC, okay, 34 seats so far, MPP, 14 seats so far. That is what we are seeing right here on our election dashboard. Beginning at the Kwesi Parker Wilson, on behalf of my team, my producers, all the on-air presenters, my same squad, Tracia, Jonas, and Anopa, by Mom Jebre, a share, Mom the feedback by ye, when you know, ye damasi, and Titru, the Ghana for you now say, relatively, no, on my election way, I am peaceful, relatively, I am very peaceful, and I say, Ghana and the Dinkunim and your NDC. Ye Ghana and the Dinkunim and your NDC and Pipinya Alanobia and ye Ghana. Once again, ye African countries and they say, Ampa, ye can say Ghana is the beacon of democracy. Indeed, we are truly the beacon of democracy. Therefore, ye be caught and be much now. We say ba with our usual programming. Once again, beginning at the Kwesi Park Wilson. This has been the election field, our election coverage for 2024 elections. Have a good evening.